Okay, good morning. Today we do Sigmund Freud. First, what I will do is I will put Freud in the context of the Western religious, intellectual, and literary tradition. All right, so in the beginning, the main religion for us humans during the Ice Age was animism. Okay? And the idea of animism is that we humans are no different from every other living conscious being in the world. We are like the trees, we are like the animals, we're all interconnected together. And life is just a cycle of life and death, birth and rebirth. All right? And this religion is still around today in many primitive societies, for example, in the Amazon. And then we transition to the mother goddess. So as we became more agricultural, fertility was more and more important. We needed to have more children, and we needed to grow more crops. And so we began to worship the mother goddess. And women were very high status at this stage in history. But as populations grew and towns came into being, they came into competition with each other. And they started to war against each other. And this created polytheism. Polytheism is the idea that each place has its own god that's its patron. And when these places come into conflict and war, the way they settle disputes is the losing party, their god, becomes subservient to the winning god. And this creates the idea of the pantheon that we see in Greek, Roman mythologies, as well as Norse mythologies. Now, the radical break from this tradition was the birth of monotheism. Now, there's going to be a lot of scholarly debate about which was the first monotheistic religion. Some say there are certain Egyptian cults that were monotheistic. Some say the Jews were. Some say the Zoroastrians were. In this class, what you learn is actually it was the Christians who were the first true monotheistic religion. And the reason why is the Christians introduced the idea of the Holy Trinity. Okay? And remember what the Holy Trinity is. The Holy Trinity, the idea is God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. These are different entities, but they are co-equal to each other. They are separate, but unified. They are different, but equal. And this idea, it's very hard for us to logically reconcile. The only way for us to understand this is if God is both nothing and everything. Therefore, it excludes everything. There can be no other God with our God. Okay, and this is the idea of monotheism. And the power of monotheism is that for the first time in human history, it creates the idea of the individual. Because when God is everything, you have a direct connection with God. And it removes you from the community. Okay? Now, this will create a lot of problems in the future. But at this point in history, remember, monotheism is being promoted by the Roman Empire as a way to consolidate its rule over its vast territory. At this stage in history, this is not a problem. And the reason why is mediating you and God is the Catholic Church. But not only that, the Catholic Church mediates God for everyone. So in this way, the church creates its own community. Okay, so at this stage in history, this is not a problem. But remember, the church becomes corrupt, and there are many religious reformers who believe that you don't really need the church in order to access God. In fact, you have a moral imperative to access God directly through the Bible. You have to read the Bible by yourself, and you have to interpret it properly. Okay? And so, obviously, the most famous reformer is Martin Luther. Now, this is important because what will happen is, by limiting the church, you create direct access to God, and this creates the idea of crisis in faith. The idea of crisis in faith is, how do you truly know as a person whether or not you love God? And how do you know God loves you? Think about your mother, right? You know your mother loves you, and you know you love your mother, but there are many days when you really hate your mother, and you fight with your mother. Okay, so it's hard for us not to doubt ourselves. And so this creates the crisis in faith because in Protestantism, you are required to show absolute faith and devotion in God. If you doubt, if you hesitate, you will be condemned to hell. All right, so this creates the idea of crisis in faith. Historically, there have been many solutions to this problem. Different prophets have proposed different solutions. So let's look at 3 different solutions. All right, so the first solution is the idea of wealth accumulation. All right, so these are the Calvinists, right? They argue that to show your true faith in God and for you to prove to yourself God truly loves you, you make a lot of money. All right, that is a testament to the power of your faith, wealth accumulation. So that's one solution. It's a very popular solution. It's what gives us capitalism today. The second solution is that of jihad. You will die for your faith. You'll sacrifice yourself to promote the truth of God. All right, that's also a solution. And then there's one more solution that we will discuss today. And it's hard for us to truly understand, so I'm going to take some time to explain it fully, okay? This is the idea of transgression. So let me explain it to you slowly. The idea is this. You must demonstrate complete and absolute faith in God to be one of the elect, to go to heaven. To do so, you must demonstrate courage. You must demonstrate fanaticism. The best way to do that is to prove yourself to God by rejecting the laws of man, by rejecting human morality, by rejecting social taboos, by breaking social taboos as you demonstrate your faith in God. All right, now I know this sounds like a strange idea, but let me give you an example to show you what this means. Let's just say that in school, I decided to start a new class. And this new class is called Individual Empowerment. And my very first assignment to all my students is, I want you guys to go shoplift. I want you guys to go steal a piece of candy from a small store. And of course, you are disgusted and you are appalled by this suggestion. What if you get caught? Well, you might get expelled from school. You might be jailed. Your parents may punish you. You may be outcast from society. And then I tell you, have faith. Trust me. When you do this and you break the social taboo that's preventing you from realizing your full potential, you will feel an extreme sense of exhilaration, liberation, excitement. And this will motivate you to do greater things in life. By breaking taboos, by transgression against society, and showing your true faith in God, you will master your destiny. Okay? And so you guys go and you go steal something from the store, you get away with it, and guess what? You feel excited, you feel exhilarated, you feel energized. Okay, and that's the idea of transgression. And this has always been a very, this has been around for us for like hundreds of years as well, okay? So these are the three main ways that historically the religious practitioners have tried to resolve the issue of the crisis of faith, right? Wealth accumulation, that's a Calvinist, jihad, but you also have transgression. Remember transgression, it's very important for discussion, okay? So remember this idea. Now, another way to resolve the crisis in faith is through philosophy, epistemology. Epistemology. Epistemology really just means the theory of knowledge. How do ideas come together? Where does knowledge come from? How do we know what we know, right? Because the crisis of faith is essentially, how do we know? So epistemology is really philosophy's attempt to resolve this crisis in faith. Remember before we discussed Kant. And Kant proposed the idea of active subjectivity. Active subjectivity is the idea that we are not just passive consumers of information. We actively participate in reality. We imagine reality in a way that allows us to understand it. What Kant tells us is we imagine space and time onto reality, which creates a world of appearance for us to understand. The problem with Kant is, what is reality? And Kant doesn't know. In fact, he tells us it is impossible to truly understand reality. And this creates a problem because if that's the case, then how do we know if reality exists or not? It's entirely possible that we are in a computer simulation, right? So, so Hegel comes along and resolves this issue by introducing the idea of the Geist, okay? The Geist, the spirit, the mind. He argues that this is the manifestation of God that is the underlying basis of all reality. And from this reality comes the material world. What will then happen is that Marx will come along and he will argue that Geist is really history. Hegel believes that the Geist is in a process of reconciling itself with the world. It's becoming the world, and it's bringing us along with it so that one day everyone will achieve full enlightenment. Marx inverts Hegel and puts the material world before the world of ideas. And he argues that history, it is a movement of class struggle. And the end of history is when all class struggle ceases and we all become equal in a worker's paradise. Why? Because as capitalism becomes worse and worse, as the proletariat increase in number but are exploited in greater, but are oppressed by the capitalists, eventually the proletariat, you and me, will develop class consciousness. And we will unite, and we will overthrow the capitalist class through collective action. Okay? So this is Marx. Now, today we will study Freud. Because what will happen is Freud will come along and he will present a completely different conception of the movement of history and of the individual. He argues that the individual is really just unconscious forces embedded within the brain. Okay? So these three forces are the superego, the ego, and the id. The ego is who we think we are. The superego are these social forces that act upon us. And the id are these hidden sexual urges. And what he will argue is actually these hidden sexual urges are the true foundations of who we are as well as of civilization. And he names two of them, okay? The first is what is called the Oedipal. The Oedipal complex. And the second is electrocomplex. So remember that Oedipus is a character from Greek mythology, a king who killed his father and married his mother. Electra is also a character from Greek mythology, a woman who wanted to kill her mother and marry his father. Okay, Electra is from the Aeschylus play, the Oresteia. Freud was remarkably well-read in Greek mythology as well as world literature. So he argues these are the two fundamental bases of who we are. If you're a man, you have the Oedipal complex. If you're a woman, you have the Electra complex. Okay? Now, this is all strange because Kant makes sense, Hegel makes sense, Marx makes sense, and they all seem to flow from each other. And then you have Freud. Okay? So the question then is, where did he get this idea? Where's this from? How did he develop this idea? All right, so we'll look at this question in great detail today. All right, so everyone sort of knew that Freud's theory of the unconscious is problematic. And he had a very famous student, his best student, his heir apparent, named Carl Jung. And Carl Jung really saw Freud as a father, and he worshipped Freud. And he wanted to improve on Freud's theory of the unconscious. And over time, what Carl Jung will do is he will systemize this idea. Okay, so for Carl Jung, we have the ego. And the ego is made up of two forces, the conscious force and the subconscious. The subconscious is also divided into the personal as well as the collective. Sorry, it's not subconscious, it's unconscious, okay? Unconscious. So the personal and conscious are just our memories, our experiences. The collective unconscious is the collection of all society's memories and experiences. And they are captured and expressed whenever we engage in society. When we eat the food, when we talk to people, when we watch movies, when we read books. Okay? The collective unconscious is embedded through society. You breathe it like you would breathe air. Okay? So, Jung also says that we have the animus and the anima. In other words, we are made up of two opposing forces, the male and the female. There's a duality to us. So when we meet people, the ego projects a persona. Okay? The persona is just basically our best self in a certain social context. So in school, you're a student, and you try to be the best student. At home, you're a daughter. At McDonald's, you're a friend. Okay? So you are different personas in different social contexts. Now, we try to project our best self, but we are made up of a lot of bad memories, bad thoughts. So the ego suppresses the worst aspects of us in a shadow form, okay? So the shadow is really the alter ego of the ego. And this Jung argues, is what is called the self. All right? And what he tells us is life is a constant process of self-discovery. If you truly want to master yourself, you must discover who you are, and that will take a lifetime of self-exploration guided by a psychotherapist. All right, and this sounds much more logical, right? And it's become really the standard model for modern-day psychology. Now, you would think that Freud would be happy that Carl Jung came up with this new idea on how to improve his theory. But Freud was infuriated that Jung would question his theory. In fact, Freud was notorious for being a control freak. He excommunicated Jung, refused to have anything to do with him. In fact, everyone in the community around Freud would now distance themselves from Carl Jung, and there would be no reconciliation between the two ever. And that's why Carl Jung had to go and develop this theory. Okay, so and it's strange because all Carl Jung is trying to do is improve Freud. So that gives us a second question: why was Freud so afraid of criticism? Why was he so secretive? All right. And then the third question that we will look at today is, why did this idea become so popular? In fact, the ideas of Freud and Carl Jung will become the basis of a major cultural movement called modernism. And modernism is the cultural movement that we still live in today. Now, there are many different definitions of modernism, but for us, the easiest definition is cult of the self. We live in a world, in a society, in a culture that's obsessed with ourselves, with self-improvement, with self-empowerment. All right? So we will look at where this came from, okay? So the three questions we're looking at today is, first of all, where did Freud get this idea for the Oedipal complex? Second is, why was Freud so secretive? And the third question is, what explains Freud's popularity? Why was he so influential? And why was his influence able to spread so quickly? And what I will show you today is Freud became so influential and so famous not because his psychoanalyst system was designed to help his patients. Ultimately, his system was designed to protect the interests of powerful men. Okay, that's my argument to you today. Okay, so having made the general argument, what I want to do now is look at the evidence to support the argument. Okay, so again, this is a chart that summarizes the different perspectives of these four major thinkers: Kant, Hegel, Marx, and Freud. Okay, so to summarize the main ideas, Freud believes that our sexual urges is what underpins our identity as well as civilization. It's because we cannot control our sexual urges that gives rise to religion, which helps us cope with our guilt. Okay? He also believes that truth lies in our suppressed memories. And in his framework, God has abandoned us. There's really no God in his system. We are left to fend for ourselves. We are left to deal with the trauma of being alone. All right, so let's put Freud in his historical context. So Freud lived and worked at the end of the 19th century, primarily in Vienna. And at this time, Europe was going through fundamental social, cultural, economic, political change. We were transitioning from the pre-modern era to the modern era. Before, we lived primarily in towns and villages where we dealt with each other emotionally. And we had a purpose in our community. But when we moved to the cities, It is money and the clock that regulates our life. And it's still true today, right? So when you come to school, what controls your behavior? It's your grades as well as the clock, right? If you are late for class, if you're absent, then your grades get deducted, right? So it's the same concept as we have today. All right. Now, because of these social changes, two new fields, sociology and psychology, are developed in order to try to understand what these changes mean for us as humans. So in the field of sociology, there are three major thinkers, pioneers of this time: Max Weber, Emil Durkheim, and this man, George Simmel. And George Simmel wrote a wonderful essay called The Metropolis and Mental Life, in which he describes what the impact of moving to the city has on people. Okay, so we'll just read a couple sentences. Instead of reacting emotionally, the metropolitan type reacts primarily in a rational manner, thus creating a mental predominance through the intensification of consciousness, which in turn is caused by it. Thus, the reaction of the metropolitan person to those events is moved to a sphere of mental activity which is least sensitive and which is furthest removed from the depths of the personality. Okay, so let's use a metaphor. Let's think of food. When you're in the village, you grow your own food, and then you make the food, you eat it, and that's it. Okay, you know exactly where the food comes from, you know how it's made, and you're not really curious about the food. But the wonderful thing about the city is you get exposed to all different types of cuisine, all different types of flavors, and that excites your imagination. You're much more curious about it, right? You want to know where this food is made. The problem, though, of course, is this is all an abstraction. You have absolutely no idea where the food comes from. You have absolutely no idea where the food is made. And quite honestly, you don't even know if the food is healthy for you or not. Okay, so the city life is a higher abstraction. And of course, today we have the internet, which is even a higher abstraction, okay? So you go from the village to the city, now to the internet. Of course, this creates a lot of problems for people because this transition causes psychological issues. And the three major psychological issues are enemy, okay? And what this means is, before in the village, you know exactly what to do. But you move to the city, there are different rules, and it confuses you. For example, in the village, if someone punches you, you punch back. And then afterwards, you become friends. In the city, if someone punches you and you punch back, you both go to jail. So it's confusing for people. Okay? Alienation means that you have absolutely no freedom in the city. You work from 9 to 5. You get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get on at 7 o'clock, then get to work at 9 o'clock. Then you get off at work at 5 and get home at 10 o'clock, okay? So every day's the same regulated life. And you lack freedom, okay? And that causes alienation. The last idea is disenchantment, where you feel as though you are just a machine and you have lost human agency. Okay, so this creates lots of psychological issues. And that's why at this time, psychology is becoming much more popular. This is Sigmund Freud, and he was a very ambitious medical student who became a psychologist. And he started to see patients. And these patients were often young women who were historical. Historical is not a word we use anymore, but back then it just meant that they couldn't control their emotions. They were prone to outbursts, crying. When they saw a man, when they were touched by a man, they screamed, they cried. They couldn't form healthy relationships. Okay? And so Freud was tasked with figuring out why this was happening and trying to help these women. And he spent a lot of time with these women, and he did something pretty novel at the time, which is he just won their trust and asked them directly, why are you like this? And the woman, after many sessions, after becoming friends with Freud, they start to confide in Freud, and they told him the truth, which is, I'm hysterical, I'm afraid of men touching me because when I was young, my father abused me. And Freud, at first was shocked. I think everyone would be shocked. But over time, he would hear this story from so many different patients with the same symptoms that he concluded that they must be telling him the truth. And he wrote a very famous paper in 1896 called The Etiology of Hysteria. Etiology just means origins, okay? And in it he says, my previously communicated assumption that trauma, specifically sexual trauma, cannot be stressed enough as a pathogenic agent was confirmed anew. Even children of respected, high-minded parental families fall victim to real rape much more frequently than one had dared to suspect. Either the parents themselves seek substitution for their lack of satisfaction in this pathological manner, or else trusted persons such as relatives abuse the ignorance and innocence of children. Okay? So he's arguing that abuse is much more common than we are led to believe. Even those that we think are pillars of society engage in this sort of abuse. So what he's doing is that he's becoming an advocate for these women. He's telling the world they're not crazy, they're not being hysterical, they were traumatized, and that's why they're behaving like this. If you got hit by a car, your leg wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to walk. Well, these women are the same way. They were traumatized physically when they were young, and that's why they are behaving like this. That's why they have problems forming these emotional bonds with others. The symptoms of hysteria are determined by certain experiences of the patients which have operated in a traumatic fashion and which are being reproduced in his psychological life in the form of mnemonic symbols, okay? So what he's saying is, this is not made up in the mind. This happened physically, and then it gets represented in the mind. So that's Freud arguing for his patients. Now, let me introduce you to a man named Jeffrey Masson. And he wrote a book called The Assault on Truth. His story is this. He went to Harvard, and he became very interested in psychoanalysis. And he began to study it. And he became friends with Anna Freud, who is Sigmund Freud's daughter. Anna Freud thought very highly of him. And she trusted him with the letters of Sigmund Freud. And before, this was not open to the public, and no one knew about these letters. But Jeffrey Masson spent years going over the letters. And what he discovered shocked him. The early Freud and the later Freud are two different people. They have two different theories about trauma and abuse. Okay? And in his book, he presents the evidence, which are Freud's letters to friends. All right, so let's just read a couple. This is early Freud. I therefore put forward the thesis that at the bottom of every case of hysteria, there are one or more occurrences of premature experience, occurrences which belong to the earliest years of childhood. Okay? There are a whole number of other things that vouch for the reality of infantile sexual scenes. In the first place, there's the uniformity which they exhibit in certain details. So what he's saying is, I know that people don't believe me, but the evidence is clear. I've talked to different people. They don't know each other. And they're telling the same story. They're providing the same details. So either there's this giant conspiracy, or they're telling the truth. It is less easy to refute the idea that the doctor forces reminiscences of this sort on the patient, that he influences him by suggesting to imagine and reproduce them. Nevertheless, it appears to me equally untenable. I've never yet succeeded in forcing on a patient a scene I was expecting to find in such a way that he seemed to be living through it with all the appropriate feelings. Perhaps others may be more successful in this. When you read Freud, you see him as a very clear, as a very nuanced, as a very balanced thinker. Okay? He accepts there are different possibilities. It's possible that he himself is suggesting false memories to his patients. And he says, this is possible, but I have failed to achieve this goal. And there are others who may be better at this than I, but I haven't been able to do it, okay? So based on this evidence, he argues that these patients must be telling the truth. Okay? This is the early Freud. This is Sandor Ferenczi, and for the longest time, they were colleagues. They were best friends. They were both advocates for patients. And then they had a falling out, okay? They started to, they basically refused to talk to each other anymore, okay? And the reason why is Sandor Ferenczi continued to advocate for patient rights, whereas Sigmund Freud completely changed his attitude. All right, so let's look at the new Freud. Since child masturbation is such a general occurrence and is at the same time so poorly remembered, it must have an equivalent in psychic life. And in fact, it is found in the fantasy encountered in most female patients, namely that the father seduced her in childhood. This is a later reworking which is designed to cover up the recollection of infantile sexual activity and represents an excuse and extenuation thereof. The grain of truth contained in this fantasy lies in the fact that the father, by way of his innocent caresses in earliest childhood, has actually awakened the little girl's sexuality. It is these same affectionate fathers that are the ones who then endeavor to break the child of the habit of masturbation. Okay, so what Freud is trying to say is young girls from a very early age, they are sexual animals. They have these urges, and they have this longing for the father. And it's compounded by the fact that the father, in his innocence, hugs and caresses his little girl. It's made worse when the father notices that the girl is masturbating and tries to stop her. And this creates a sense of both resentment, hatred, and more longing. Okay? So now what Freud is saying is, it's not the father. The father did nothing. He's innocent. The girl is the one who because of these sexual urges, has all these sexual fantasies that she is no longer able to differentiate between fantasy and reality. All right? So this is from the essay, Fragments of Analysis of Hysteria. The love-hungry little girl, unhappy at having to share her parents' affection with her brothers and sisters, realizes that all that tenderness comes flowing back when her parents are made anxious by her illness. The girl now knows a way of calling forth her parents' love. So now he's explaining why hysteria is so common in society. And the answer is very simple. Women are desperate for attention. It's that simple. They're fine, they have no issues, they just want attention. And that's why they are hysterical, okay? Because they know that illness attracts attention from caregiving males. This is Sigmund Freud's book, Civilization and Its Discontents. And in it, he expresses his contempt for women in society. All right, let's read it. Furthermore, women should soon come into opposition to civilization and display their retarding and restraining influence. Those very women who, in the beginning, laid the foundations of civilization like claims of their love. Women represent the interests of the family and of sexual life. The work of civilization has become increasingly the business of men. It confronts them with ever more difficult tasks and compels them to carry out instinctual sublimations of which women are little capable. All right, so Freud's saying this. We must thank women because without women, there'd be no civilization. They give birth, they raise families. But men are smarter than women. And so men are tasked with the responsibility of building civilization, of creating science, of creating literature, of creating philosophy, of politics, of administration. Okay? But what all women want is attention, to be doted on. And that's why women hate civilization. First of all, because they're not smart and they can't really contribute to civilization, but also because it takes men away from them. Okay? So now the question then is, okay, this is like really strange because the Freud that we encountered earlier was a scientist. Very clear, very nuanced, very subtle in his thinking. This Freud, he's like a myth maker. He's almost like a priest. Okay, so what explains this transition? Okay, well, there's a very simple explanation, right? The simple explanation, which is simple explanation, is he may be treating his patients who are young women, but who's paying the bills? The father, right? It's the father who's paying Freud. So if Freud went to the father and said, oh, I talked to your daughter, it's your fault that she's like this, well, they wouldn't be very happy, okay? So we can understand why, at the end of the day, Freud decided that he needed to change his story if he wanted to maintain his clientele. So the question then is, okay, is there evidence to suggest that sexual trauma and abuse was common in Vienna at this time in history, the late 19th century? And the answer is yes. There is some piece of evidence, okay? Not complete, okay? But there's some piece of evidence to suggest this was actually a thing in Vienna in the late 19th century. So Vienna is part of the Austria-Hungary Empire, and there are lots of secret societies and religious cults at this time. Okay, one of them is called Frankinism, and Frankinism rejected Jewish norms, and believed they were obligated to transgress moral boundaries. Okay, remember the question of faith, right? How do you demonstrate your faith in God? How do you know God loves you? How do you know you're faithful? Well, you break taboos. And they were breaking a lot of taboos. The Frankers engaged in sexually promiscuous rites, such as the infamous 1756 incident where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman. At its height, Frankinism claimed perhaps 50,000 followers. That's a lot. 50,000 followers is a lot. And a lot of them were powerful people. Primarily Jews living in the Polish Lutheran Commonwealth, as well as Central and Eastern Europe. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert en masse to Catholicism, okay? And so who are these people? Well, they are followers of a man named Sibbatai Zevi, who lived in 19th century, who was a Jewish rabbi who lived in the 19th century Ottoman Empire. And for many, he was extremely charismatic, and he was basically their Messiah. Okay? He was the Jewish Messiah. And he preached a religion of transgression because transgression meant courage. It meant empowerment. It meant true faith. And he had a lot of followers. And that's why the Sultan called him in and said, okay, I'll give you a choice. You can either continue doing what you do, and I'll kill you, or you convert to Islam. So he converted to Islam. But when he did so, he told his followers, I did so because God doesn't care about what you do. God cares about what's in your heart. As long as you're true to God, what you do in life does not matter. Okay? And the religion he started is still around today. Okay? And this is from Wikipedia, okay? All this is from Wikipedia, and you can look at it online to make sure that I'm just making this up. All right? So as part of this movement, I mean, you can read this, right? All right? Sexual abuse was actually pretty common. So we have evidence to suggest that, yes, these women were probably telling the truth, and Freud knew so. But Freud ultimately had to change his story in order to protect his livelihood. Okay, but there's also another reason why Freud had to change his story. Okay, and it has to do with a man named Ignaz Semmelweis. Ignaz Semmelweis lived in 1840s Vienna. And he was a doctor who worked at Vienna General Hospital. And he was in charge of 2 maternity clinics, places where women gave birth. Same hospital, same staff, but the mortality rate at the second clinic was much higher than the first clinic. Women could die giving birth because of fever. So 10% of women were dying in the second clinic, and only about 3% were dying in the first clinic. So Ignaz Semmelweis, he was appalled by this. And so he launched an investigation as to what was happening. And he spent 7 months, a long, long time, trying to figure out what was happening. And he looked at all different possibilities, including weather, including treatment, including personnel, everything, okay? And then he had a radical breakthrough. He had an insight, which is this. In the second clinic, it was a teaching hospital. So doctors would in the morning work with cadavers. Okay, they would show students how to dissect cadavers, and then in the afternoon they'd go and deliver babies. And Semmelweis, he didn't know why, because at this time germs were not a thing. People didn't know about the existence of germs. He didn't know why, but he theorized that there could be a connection. So he created a protocol. He basically had everyone wash their hands using a formula of water, chlorine, and lime. And we still use it today, exactly the same formula today. And so he tried this protocol, and it was a miracle because after people started to wash their hands, no one died in childbirth anymore. And Semmelweis, being a rigorous scientist, he collected all this data, conducted a lot of experiments to prove this had to be true, that washing your hands could save lives. And then he presented his findings to the staff, the doctors of Vienna General Hospital, believing that they would praise him and then promote this all throughout Europe in order to save as many lives as possible. Instead, the doctors told him they had to keep this quiet. They'll promote Semmelweis, they respect him, and he did amazing work. But if word came out that this was true, then people would know that they were responsible for the deaths of these women before, and their reputation would be in tatters. And then Semmelweis, of course, responded by, yes, I understand that, but if we don't publish our findings, if we don't let the world know about this, more women are going to die in childbirth. And they fought for a long time, years and years. And then eventually, Semmelweis, he was blacklisted. He was not allowed to work ever in a hospital again. And then ultimately, he was confined to an insane asylum where he was killed by the guards. And he died, leaving a young family. And so that's what happens to you when you defy powerful people in Vienna in the 19th century. And Freud didn't want the same fate. Okay? And he also had a young family. So this story is horrible, but if you don't believe me, you can go on Wikipedia, okay? He was institutionalized in an insane asylum by his colleagues, and in the asylum, he was beaten by the guards. He died 14 days later, all right? So this is the fate that will happen to you in Vienna if you defy powerful people. So now we have an explanation for why Freud made the transition, why he changed his story. But now there's another problem, which is, how does Freud convince his patients to go along, right? Before he told his patients, I believe you, and they trusted him, and now he's changing his story. So how can he convince them that they in fact do suffer from sexual fantasies? And like this experience of sexual abuse, it's all just made up in the head. And that's a very hard job to do. So the solution is the interpretation of dreams, all right? So Freud pioneered a new way of hypnotizing his patients. So together they would analyze their dreams, right? Because if you talk about their memories in their past, they're going to fight back and says, I remember very clearly. If you talk about their dreams, that allows you to suggest subtly new ideas and new memories, to basically implant new memories and basically gaslight that person, okay? Does that make sense? All right, so the interpretation of dreams. So that is the story of Freud. Okay? But this leaves a question is, why did this spread throughout the world? All right? And that's something that we will look at in part 3. So a lot of the influence of Freud has to do with Carl Jung, who will take his ideas of the unconscious and systemize it for popular consumption. Okay? So we already discussed his framework where we are all dualities, okay? We have an ego, but we also have a shadow. We have a conscious, but also a unconscious, a personal as well as collective, an animus and an anima. Jung popularized ideas of personality types, right? Introvert, extrovert, which is what we still use today. All right, the main influence is in modernism, a transformative art movement beginning around the early 20th century. All right, so arguably the first great modern artist is James Joyce, who in 1922 published Ulysses. James Joyce was Irish. He was an Irish expatriate, and he actually studied Dante in university. So he wrote Ulysses as a way to imitate and almost surpass Dante. And of course, Ulysses refers to Homer's Odyssey. Now, we're going to read a passage from Ulysses to understand the power it's writing. Okay? Immutable modality of the visible, at least that, if no more, thought through my eyes. Signatures of all things I'm here to read, sea spawn and sea rack, the nearing tide, that rusty boot. Stark green, blue silver rust, colored signs, limits of the Danfan, but he adds, in bodies. Okay, what does this mean? I have no idea. All right, I have no idea. I can explain to you Dante, I can explain to you Homer and Shakespeare, but I struggle with James Joyce. And there are two reasons why. Okay, the first reason is he was a singer, so you have to read what he writes as though it's music. Okay, it's meant to be read out loud, so it's musical, and that's really the power of his writing. He's more focusing on the style rather than the substance. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is that he was extremely well read. And everything that he writes, in every sentence, there are multiple allusions and references to other books. Okay, so you must have read what he read. You must have experienced what he experienced in order to understand him. And there are those who argue that Ulysses is the greatest book in the world. In fact, if you go online, you just Google the best book ever written in human history, James Joyce is up there, okay? Ulysses is either number 1 or number 2 on these list of 50 best books in human history. And there are many who tell me, yeah, James Joyce is hard, but if you just spend the time to go over what he's writing and connect the references, you will have a transformative intellectual experience. Okay, it's almost like doing a jigsaw puzzle. And that's all true, okay? But think about what they're saying. What they're really saying is that James Joyce believes that he is God. He has the mind of God. And if you spend the time to understand what he writes, and it might take you years, decades, okay? You will access the mind of God. That's very different from Dante, which is trying to use poetry to bring people into the mind of God, which is the truth of the world, okay? Dante is a lot more accessible than James Joyce. So let's look at the differences. Modern literature, as represented by Ulysses, it is elitist, it's self-referential, okay? It just has a lot of allusions and references, but you actually don't know what the meaning is. Like, what is the bigger story here? And it's uses something called stream of consciousness writing, which is it's trying to capture the mind as it thinks and works, okay? That's different from Homer, who was very democratic. He was trying to bring beauty and truth to the people through epic poetry, okay? So starting with modern literature, we have this abrupt change in the nature of literature. Before, it was about empowering people to seek the truth for themselves. Now, modern literature, it's really just this very elite club of very arrogant, haughty people, okay? James Joyce was good friends with Virginia Woolf. In fact, Virginia Woolf actually published James Joyce. In 1927, Woolf published a book called To the Lighthouse, and it's probably her most famous work. And in it, she's also trying to respond to Joyce. To the Lighthouse, it's very much based on Homer's Odyssey. And it's extremely well written, okay? Let's just look at what she writes. There were the eternal problems, suffering, death, the poor. There was always a woman dying of cancer even here. And yet she had said to all these children, you shall go through with it. To 8 people, she had sent relentlessly that, and the bill for the greenhouse would be 50 pounds. Okay, so what she's doing is she's reading a book, and she's thinking about the issues raised by a book, but she's also thinking about life. Like, oh, I have to go and do something, okay? And that's really how our minds work. So this captures really well stream of consciousness thinking. And she's heavily influenced by Freud, right? She's trying to go into the unconscious and trying to figure out how the unconscious works. The Lighthouse is really about memory, about perception, about remembering, all right? But again, it's extremely self-indulgent, and it's inward-looking. And it's and again, it's a radical departure from traditional literature. So let's compare modern literature with Dostoevsky. Remember, before we discussed Dostoevsky. For Dostoevsky, the heart is a deep, impenetrable ocean, and our psychology responds to external events. We live in the world and respond to the world. We must surrender ourselves to others to seek salvation and redemption. We cannot rely on ourselves to forgive ourselves, to love ourselves. We must rely on others. We are in a community of people, okay? So these are the truths of Dostoevsky. When we get to modern literature, self-discovery will allow for self-mastery. Our psychology responds to suppressed memories. We can be our own salvation and redemption. It's too optimistic. It's too positive. Okay? It's saying that, hey, if you're poor, don't worry about it. As long as you think happy thoughts, you'll be good. Okay? This idea of positive psychology, right, that we have today. Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud also had a major influence on Pablo Picasso. And you can see it from his painting, Head of a Woman, okay? Now, what you will notice is it's a cubist portrait of a woman, but if you look further, it's actually 2 people as well, okay? And so what this is doing is it's visually representing the theory of the self as presented by Jung, okay? So do you see the similarities? Great. Okay, so why is this art spreading throughout the world? Well, I mean, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but let's look at an article, right? Was modern art really a CIA psyop? All right, so this article is from JSTOR, which is an academic journal, very mainstream. And let's read what it writes. In the mid-20th century, modern art and design represented the liberalism, individualism, dynamic activity, and creative risk possible in a free society. Okay? So in other words, right now, the capitalist West is at war with communism. 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, communism is spreading all around the world. It's very popular among people. It calls for collective action. So the capitalist West, the powers that be, they're spreading Freud. They're spreading Joyce. They're spreading Woolf. They're spreading Pablo Picasso. They're spreading all this art, this modernist art, in order to create a cult of self. Because if you believe in the cult of the self, if you believe that you are the source of everything, then you're not capable of collective action. Okay? So in many ways, this is a response to the problem posed by communism. And this will be obviously most obvious during the Cold War. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So why would that be bad? Why would the cult of self be bad? Well, this is Mikhail Buchanan, and he explains it very well in his writings. Okay? So let's read really quickly what he wrote. Having human in man and freedom above all is a product of a social collective labor. To be free in absolute isolation is an absurdity invented by theologians and metaphysicians who have replaced the society of humans by that of God, their phantom. To say that each person feels free in the presence of God, that is, the presence of absolute emptiness, nothingness. Freedom in isolation, then, is the freedom of nothingness, or indeed the nothingness of freedom, slavery. God, the figment of God, has been historically the moral source, or rather, the immoral source of all slaveries. So what he's saying is, the radical turning point in human history is the invention of Christianity, because it gives us the idea of individualism. And we think that's a good thing because we're taught that individualism means free choice, it means freedom. But what he's saying is, that's an absurdity. We only have freedom from our community. We only have freedom if others are free around us. If we are free, but no one else is free, then we are slaves as well. So because individuality prevents us from working with others, from loving others, then that makes us slaves to ourselves. And that allows for the powers that be in society to better control us. Okay? And so what he's saying is Christianity is a slave religion. All right? It was designed to make us all into slaves. And this will, and Buchanan lived in the 19th century, but if he read Freud, then he would also argue that the cult of psychoanalysis, it's really about entrapping yourself in your own emotions. As for us, we want neither phantoms nor nothingness, but living human reality. And we recognize that man can feel free, be free, and therefore can achieve freedom. In order to be free, I need to see myself surrounded by free men, and be recognized as such by them. I am free only when my individuality, reflected in the mirror of the equally free consciousness of every individual around me, comes back to me strengthened by everyone's recognition. Okay? So what he's saying is this: if you want to be happy, if you want to be free, care about others, be kind to others, work with other people, sacrifice your own self-interest for the self-interest, for the greater good. Okay? That is what will make you really happy. And that's generally true because, think about this, okay? If you're by yourself, will you be happy? Probably not. But if you have a family, you have kids, you don't have any freedom, but you're a happier person. In many ways, you're a more free person because you have better control of your emotions. You have more purpose in life. All right, so let's bring this to the present day. Social media. What social media is, it is the democratization of the cult of the self. Before, only the wealthy could enjoy the cult of the self, right? Only the wealthy could take the time to self-indulge. But now, with social media, everyone can participate in the cult of the self. And that has led to a global epidemic of depression, okay? So look at year 2015. You see this huge spike in depressive symptoms because 2015 is the year when we had access to smartphones, right? So now young people feel they can't do anything right. Life is not useful, and I do not enjoy life. Okay, this huge spike, which has led to a huge spike in suicide, all right? And this is happening throughout the world, not only in North America and Europe, but also in Latin America and East Asia as well. So the cult of the self, which originated in Europe, has now conquered the world through technology. All right? So that's it. All right? So the answer to the three questions. The first question is, where did Freud get his idea? Second question, why did Freud break with Jung? The third question, why is Freud's idea so popular today? Okay? Well, it's all to serve the interests of the powerful. And that's the world we live in today. And the only solution moving forward is if we rediscover our humanity, if we are able to find the courage to care about others and put the interests of others before our own interests, we ourselves must choose to kill the cult of the self. Okay? All right. So next class we will do nationalism. All right? So good morning. We have 3 more classes. The first class we are doing today is on the nation state. Next Tuesday we will do the Soviet Union. And then the last class, next Thursday, will be the American Empire. And that will do it for the year. 60 classes, we've covered the entire span of human history. So today we are doing the nation state. Nation state is composed of 2 words, nation and state. State is easy to understand. It is just the supreme executive authority sovereign to a territory. The nation is a new idea, and it's the idea of a people with a shared identity, whether it's a language or a culture or a history or of ethnicity. Okay? So, for example, the Jews were, for the longest time, a nation rather than a state. Okay? It was only until the founding of Israel that the Jews had a nation state. Today, there are many peoples, including the Kurds, who are a people living in the Middle East. They are a nation, but they don't have a state. Okay? And this idea of the nation state, it is probably the most powerful ideology in human history. It has led people to tremendous achievements, but it's also led people to catastrophic wars, including World War I and World War II. All right? All right. So first thing I want to do is go over where this idea comes from. And in many ways, it is the culmination of different religious, economic, and social cultural factors, okay? So let's look at them individually. Religion. All right. So as we discussed last class, with the Protestant Reformation, there is now a crisis of faith because Christianity creates the idea of the individual. The individual is in direct connection with God. Before, the church would mediate this connection. So you didn't have to worry about God, you just had to worry about the church. If you did what the church told you, you could be promised entry into heaven. The Protestant Reformation removes the Catholic Church from the equation. Now you are in direct communion with God, and you must show absolute faith if you are to achieve salvation, okay? And so this creates a crisis of faith because as an individual, how do you know you truly believe in God? You know you love your mothers, but do you love your mother every single day, all the time? Probably not, okay? But in religion, you cannot doubt God ever. You can never throw a temper tantrum at God, or you will be sent to hell. So it creates this conflict, okay? And and historically, there have been different solutions to this problem. So the first solution that people propose is the idea of money. Let's just replace God with money, right? And that gives us the idea of capitalism. The Calvinists believe this, okay? That God is money, money is God. And if you accumulate enough wealth, then that shows your absolute faith in God and God's love for you, all right? So that's the idea of money. Then people have said, nope, God is reason. All right? So as long as you pursue reason, as long as you show enlightenment, then that shows your faith in God. Okay? And this gives us the idea of the enlightenment. Enlightenment. As well as liberalism. All right? Then others have said, nope, God is the individual itself. Okay, so as long as you believe in yourself, as long as you engage in a process of self-discovery and self-growth, then that will lead you into heaven. And this was most famously proposed, and we discussed this last class, by Freud and Jung. And this has become the basis for what we call modernism, right? Which is still with us today. And then there's proposed another solution to this problem, and it's the idea that God is in the nation. All right? And it turns out that of all these ideas, the most powerful, the most resilient, the most enduring is this idea, that by celebrating your nation, you are celebrating your faith in God. Why? Because the other solutions propose a problem. And the problem it creates is the individual is still isolated from others. Okay? It still creates a problem of alienation. And the nation solves this problem, right? Because a nation has to be, by definition, a community of individuals with a shared identity. So the nation is the perfect solution because it both solves the problem of religion and it solves the problem of politics and community. In fact, the nation is a conflation of both religion and politics. Okay? And that's why historically it has been the most emotionally the most powerful idea. Right? Does that make sense? All right? So from a religious purpose, the nation state solves the problem of faith and alienation. All right, now let's look at economics. So during this time, you have the Industrial Revolution. And there are many issues created by the Industrial Revolution. The first problem is you need to constantly expand because you need markets and resources, right? So expansion. Another way of saying this is that you need to engage in imperialism. Another problem created by the problem of the Industrial Revolution is the rise of the bourgeoisie. Okay, the bourgeoisie. Historically, it was the priests and the warriors who were the elite of society. But now with the Industrial Revolution, the bourgeoisie, the industrialists and the capitalists are now the new elite. And as such, they obviously want more political power. But what they really want is property rights. Right? They want to be assured that the wealth they've generated can be protected and inherited by their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. Now, the problem is this. The problem is the system of the monarchy cannot really ensure property rights. And the reason why is the king can be overthrown, okay? The aristocracy can be overthrown. And this is what happens throughout European history. But the nation state cannot be overthrown, right? Does that make sense? So the nation state is a solution to the problem of property rights for the bourgeoisie. Also, the nation state has the resources to engage in imperialism. And it has the desire to engage in imperialism. Monarchies are usually pretty conservative. They like to maintain their position, and they will form alliances in order to maintain their position. The nation state is aggressive and expansionist and imperialist. Okay? Does that make sense? So from an economic perspective, the nation state solves the problem created by the Industrial Revolution. Okay? So that's the economic factor. Then let's look at the social cultural factor. Social cultural aspect of this. So what's happening because of the Industrial Revolution is that people are moving from the towns. Oh, sorry, I said this wrong. People are moving from the villages to the cities. Okay? You have this massive process of urbanization. Also, because of the Industrial Revolution, there's more trade. There's now the market, right? So these goods are proliferating throughout the entire country. Okay? And this creates the idea of systemization and standardization. And you have mobility of people, of goods, and of ideas. The mobility, and then you have new technology, right? Not just in factories, and not just in like steamships, but also in print. And this spreads literacy and information. So think of this as just the beginning of globalization, right? In China, we're inundated with new ideas all the time because of the internet, because of access to the world. But for people, for most people, this can be frustrating and bewildering. And it creates psychological issues, okay? Primarily, the idea of enemy. Enemy just means a loss of sense of cultural rootedness, right? As things change, you don't know how to adapt to the change. Your values are based on the past. You're not sure if your values can confront the future, okay? Also, alienation. Alienation just means a sense of powerlessness, okay? You lack agency. These changes are happening so fast and so quickly, you don't know if you can control these changes. Also, disenchantment. Disenchantment means all these changes are dehumanizing. Right? You're becoming just a cog in the machine. You're becoming no more than a machine. In today's world, AI could possibly replace us all, right? So it's creating all this doubt, all this confusion. And the nation state, okay, so and there are different solutions to this. There's communism, there's liberalism, and then there's nationalism. And for people, okay, all three ideas are appealing, but communism preaches the idea of international solidarity, right? Which can be for people even more confusing. Liberalism preaches the idea of individual rights. But if you're poor, the right to speak, the right to organize does not really apply to you. And the fact of the matter is that most people are poor. But nationalism, okay, the fact that we are one group of people in a struggle against other groups of people, this is powerful, okay? This is appealing. Also, if you think about it, nationalism can absorb other ideas, right? You can be both a nationalist and a liberal. And in fact, most people were. You can also be a nationalist and a communist, which was what Joseph Stalin proposed, right? And this is what Mao Zedong proposed. So nationalism is the one ideology that can absorb and control all other ideologies. Okay, does that make sense? So for these three particular reasons, religious transformation, economic transformation, and social cultural transformation, the nation state became the best idea of that time, and it spread really quickly. Okay? All right, so let's talk about widespread. Okay, to understand widespread so quickly, let's talk about game theory. Game theory. So let's imagine, let's do a thought experiment and say there are millions of us playing a game. It doesn't matter what game we're playing, okay? It could be like checkers, it could be chess, it could be Monopoly, it could be a game of tag, it doesn't matter, okay? But there are millions of us individually playing this game. We're all individual players. The problem is this. The problem is that if maybe a group of us, maybe 3 or 4 or 5, they decide that they will coordinate. They're going to play the game together. Maybe because they're a family, maybe because they're friends, it doesn't matter why. But the moment they decide to play as a group, this automatically forces everyone else to group together. Okay, and that's the idea of the nation state. The moment that France decide we're a nation state, that forces everyone else, Germany, Russia, Italy, to become nation states as well. Because otherwise, you're going to lose this game, right? The other thing that's really important for us to remember about this theory is this. To win this game now as a nation state, it does not actually matter your size. What matters is your cohesion. How well you're willing to work together to play this game, okay? Or maybe unity of will. So for example, maybe there's a bar fight between 4 brothers and 10 strangers. Well, I would bet the 4 brothers are more likely to win than the 10 strangers, right? Because 10 strangers don't really know each other, they don't really care. There's not much at stake here. But the 4 brothers need to protect each other, okay? And they love each other. And so they're going to fight a lot harder. They're going to fight to the death. Whereas the 10 strangers, if they feel they're going to lose, they're going to run away, okay? So that's the idea of the nation state. What determines the strength of a nation state is unity of will, cohesion, not size, not wealth, not territory. Okay, that's really important to remember. Does that make sense? Okay, so the idea of a nation state comes from two different sources. The first is the Enlightenment. Okay? The second is Romanticism. Okay, so to summarize, to recap, the Enlightenment is this major intellectual trend happening in 17th and 18th and 19th century Europe at this time, right? The spread of reason as a god, the spread of science, of literacy, of free thinking, of debate, right? Romanticism is something we didn't really talk that much about, but Romanticism is a direct response to the problems created by Romanticism. By the Enlightenment. Because Enlightenment preaches the idea of science, of social forces, of an idea called theism, which is God has set the rules of the game, He's left us, and we're free to play the game. And this creates a lot of anxiety in people. So the Romantics were a movement to respond to the problems created by Enlightenment. So they focus more on nature rather than science. Okay? They believe that there's a divine power to nature that we can access by embracing it. They believed in the idea of individual will to change the course of history, that the individual, that we are stronger than the historical social forces around us. Okay? And they rejected materialism. They were very spiritual. Okay? And now the Romantics are a huge movement of people. Have you studied this before? Okay, so I don't want to generalize too much. Okay, but the Romantics were a response to the Enlightenment thinkers. Okay, so from the Enlightenment, we have Rousseau. And Rousseau, sorry, I'm spelling his name wrong. Rousseau, remember, wrote a book called The Social Contract. And in the book, he argued that as individuals, we are born free with inalienable rights, like the right to life and liberty. We choose to surrender some of these rights in order for more safety and security and wealth possibilities, okay? So the people come together and it creates something called the general will, which is the collective mind of the people, okay? And from the general will, you will have the government. But the government exists in order to serve the general will, which serves the people, okay? Does that make sense? The government exists in order to protect the individual rights of people, to ensure their happiness, to ensure their well-being. This is where Abraham Lincoln gets the famous phrase, of the people, by the people, for the people, okay? He is just reiterating the idea of Rousseau. Okay? And this, of course, is implemented by the French Revolution, right? Napoleon and the French. France. Okay? And the general will becomes manifest in the nation state. Does that make sense? Okay? So Rousseau proposed the idea, and as we discussed, the French Revolution implements this idea and gives us the first iteration of the nation state. Now, this is really successful because what it does is it conceives of a country as a unified whole, almost like as a body. And this is new in human history because before, in a monarchy, the monarch, the people, and the military were all separate. Okay? In fact, it was very common at the time for monarchs to hire foreign mercenaries to fight their wars. The people weren't really engaged in war. But now that, in the French Revolution, when you conceive the nation, the country, as a unified whole, you can now draw on the people to become your soldiers. And in fact, when you do this, you can create almost an infinite supply of soldiers. And because the people believed that they were fighting for themselves, they were more motivated, they're more energetic, they're more willing to sacrifice themselves than foreign mercenaries who are just in it for the money. And that's why the French Revolution was able to spread throughout Europe and basically conquer Europe, including Spain, Italy, and Germany. Okay? But once the French conquered most of Europe, it now stirs resentment against the French. Because before, these were free and independent people who had control over local matters. And now the French were coming and imposing a new political, economic, and social regime on them. And there were foreign troops, French troops, to make sure that you had to obey. Okay, so this creates a lot of resentment. And the people's response was to create their own form of nationalism, but in response to French nationalism. Okay? So now they're being influenced by Romanticism. And in Romanticism, their response is this. There is a culture, okay? And it gives us a people. Okay? So from the beginning, there are no individuals. There's only a culture. And so it creates a community. And the people, their responsibility is to protect their culture, to enhance the culture, to spread the culture. And the best way to do this is through the nation state, okay? So this gives us a different interpretation of the nation state. And because the French are now imposing their culture on our indigenous culture, then we have responsibility as a people to rebel and fight back. All right? And this will give us German nationalism. So it's the Germans who first proposed this idea, but then it spreads to Italy as well. Okay? So these are two extremely different interpretations of nationalism. In the French interpretation, which is also supported by the Americans and the British, the nation exists to protect individual rights. In the second interpretation, a romantic German interpretation, the nation state exists in order to protect a culture. Okay? Because it's culture that gives life to people. Okay? What the Germans will say is, the culture is something that you don't think of, it's already in your blood. Right? Does that make sense? Okay, so that's the general introduction. Are there any questions before I move on to specific examples and evidence? Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to summarize and look at the origins of the nation state, okay? All right, so really important is to understand the nation state replaces the monarchy. Okay, and there are three fundamental differences that I want you to remember and emphasize. The first is, for the monarchy, the bureaucracy is ultimate authority. Why? Because the bureaucracy is what represents the monarch, right? But in a nation state, it's the people or the culture. In a monarchy, the elite are the aristocracy, those that have been rewarded by the monarch. But in a nation state, it's usually the bourgeoisie that are the elite, okay? The industrialists, the capitalists. The monarchy, it's pretty flexible because it is really about shifting alliances, right? Monarchs cooperate with other monarchs to maintain the peace and to prevent other monarchs from encroaching on their territory. And as a result, the monarchs tend to be conservative people. They like the way things as they are. And they work towards that, okay? So after the French Revolution, there was something called the Congress of Vienna in 1815, where the monarchs of Europe basically decided to never fight again. And this was a successful model until 1848, when the people rebelled against them, okay? But the nation state, because it is almost like a new religion, it wants standardization and systemization. It wants everyone to buy into the nation state. And as a result, it's expensive. It's either expensive outwards or it's expensive inwards. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. All right. So let's look at some evidence or support for this argument. So this is a really good book called Seeing Like a State by James Scott, published by Yale University Press. Fantastic book, okay? If you are interested in this stuff, I highly recommend you read this book. And he explains how the nation state comes about because of a process of systemization and centralization created by all these social forces happening in Europe at this time, okay? So let's just read quickly what he wrote. 3 factors in the end conspired to make what Kohler calls the metrical revolution possible, okay? So the fact that we use the meter it came about during this time. First, the growth of market exchange encouraged uniformity in measures, so capitalism. Second, both popular sentiment and Enlightenment philosophy favored a single standard throughout France. Okay, Enlightenment. Finally, the revolution and especially Napoleon, the Napoleonic state building actually enforced the metric system in France and the empire. Okay, so we're just summarizing what we discussed in the first section. And then Scott summarizes. The homogenization of measures then was part of a larger emancipatory simplification. At one stroke, the equality of all French people before the law was guaranteed by the state. They were no longer mere subjects of the lords and the sovereign, but bearers of alienable rights as citizens. Okay? So this is just repeating what I just said, which is the main purpose of the French Revolution was to create a nation state that guaranteed individual rights. All right, this is Imagined Communities by Benedict Anderson. And again, he goes into why the nation state was born and how it spread. And he explains, what made the new communities imaginable was a half-authoritative but explosive interaction between a system of production and productive relations, capitalism, technology of communications, print, and the fatality of human linguistic diversity. Okay, so what he means by that is that at Europe at this time, there really is no conception of the idea of a national language. Everyone just spoke what was local to them. There's also no conception of race. Okay, we discussed this. Race is a really new concept that was alien to most people. Okay, but now that you have print, you're able to spread language, and you're able to create a national language. And this is key to the nation state, because print and language allows people to think the same way and to imagine a shared history. Right? Because culture, it's all just made up. History, it's all just made up. There's nothing real in it. Okay? And because of this, it's destroyed linguistic diversity. So if you were to go to France in the year 1800, and you go from village to village, they would speak different languages, right? All right. This is too long to read, okay? But I'll just summarize. And what he says is this. Before the advent of the nation state, the elite of Europe, the way they communicate with each other is through intermarriage. Okay? And as a result, there really wasn't a sense of national identity. But now, with the rise of print technology, there's now a separation, right? Because you spoke your own language. And this is important because the bourgeoisie are the new elite. And in theory, they would want to move their capital around Europe. They would want to move to places where the capital would be most safe, where it would be most productive, right? But the idea of a national language prevents them from doing that. Okay? Does that make sense? Great. All right, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, we talked about. We're just going to read a couple sentences from his book, A Social Contract. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common under certain direction of the general will. In our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole. Okay? But I'm wrong to speak of a Christian republic. Those two terms are mutually exclusive. Christianity preaches only servitude and independence. Its spirit is so favorable to tyranny that it always profits by such a regime. Genuine Christians are made to be slaves, and they know it and don't mind much. This short life counts for too little in their eyes. Okay, so this is the theory of the separation of church and state. All right, this is the beginning of the idea of separation of church and state. It's one of the fundamental ideas of the French Republic. And that's why, in today, there's so much antagonism between Islamists and the government, okay? Because the Islamists want to maintain their tradition, they want to wear the hijab, they want to maintain their cultural customs. but the French nation prevents them from doing so in public places and in schools, okay? So as we discussed, Napoleon will spread French Enlightenment principles throughout Europe. 1805, he defeats both the Russians and the Austrians at the Battle of Austerlitz. And at this point, Napoleon should be made Holy Roman Emperor. Okay? He should be made Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire as is tradition. But the emperor at that time decides, you know what, rather than give up the throne to Napoleon, I'm just going to dissolve this confederation, the empire. And this was a major blow to these people, okay? Because the empire, in their minds, existed for 1,000 years, okay? Ever since Charlemagne. And the Holy Roman Empire is direct here to the Roman Empire, okay? So for a lot of these intellectuals living in the Holy Roman Empire, this was extremely embarrassing. Napoleon will create something called the Confederation of the Rhine, which replaces the Holy Roman Empire, and it's basically a vassal state to the French, okay? And this will antagonize a lot of the Germans because they feel as though their culture, their history, it is being eroded. But at this time, this is really important. The Germans don't have a sense of Germanness. They don't really have a sense of a national identity. So what will happen is, to counter the French, German intellectuals will attempt to create a new German national identity. Okay, this is Ernst Arndt. He's a poet. Okay, and he believes that this new identity should be fashioned like this: let the anonymity of your hearts be your church. Okay, let us be one people, and let this nation be our religion. Let hatred of the French be your religion. Let freedom and fatherland be your saints to whom you pray. All right, so he's considered the father of German nationalism because he's presenting this idea that we Germans must exist in opposition to the French. Okay, and this idea is going to drive a lot of the catastrophes of European history for the next 100 years. This is Johann Fichte. He is a student of Kant. He is a major philosopher in his own right. He's considered the founder of the German idealism school. And he explains that, okay, if we want to create a nation state, we have to figure out how to do so. What unites us as a people? And it's not history, because we have different histories. And he decides, because he's a huge fan of Shakespeare, that this shared heritage will be one of language. Okay? We will speak one language together, and this language, the German language, is what will define our culture and our identity. He writes, description and characterization in such a language is itself a directly vital and sensuous matter. Okay? So our cultural identity, our Geist, will be manifested in our language. All right? So at this time, there's a tremendous explosion of German literature to spread the idea of language. Okay? He also explains that the nation state, the nation, it is not just a collection of people, okay? Let's read this passage together because it's really important. Let the component parts of our higher spiritual life be just as dried out, and thus let the bands of our national unity also be just as torn apart, lying about in wild disorder, scattered and disarrayed as are the bones of a seer. Let them be bleached and dried out by many centuries of storms, deluges, and blazing sun. The animating breath of the spiritual world has not yet ceased to blow. It will also take hold of our national body's inert bones and join them together so that they might gloriously exist in a new and transfigured life. Okay, so what he's saying is, the nation is not a collection of individuals. What the nation is, it's individuals who are transformed together that creates a nation. And the nation will transform everyone, okay? All right, so let's just summarize. Let's just summarize the differences between Enlightenment and Romanticism, because the Enlightenment is what's going to drive the French nationalism, and Romanticism is what's going to drive German nationalism, okay? It's science versus nature, reason versus emotions, liberty versus will and struggle, okay? Does that make sense? Through our struggle as a people, we can liberate ourselves from the French and reforge ourselves as a great nation. All right, so main difference between French nationalism and German nationalism, okay? Separation of church and state. For the Germans, the nation is the church. The French believe in the general will. what is in the best interest of everyone? The Germans believe in the Geist, okay, the spirit of your people. Okay, does that make sense? Great. All right, so I'm going to use an example to highlight the difference between the French form of nationalism and the German form of nationalism. And it has to do with the Jewish question, okay? So there are lots of Jews throughout Europe at this time. They're minorities in these countries. And the question is, with the rise of the nation state, what do you do about the Jews, okay? And they're a problem because the Jews believe themselves as a nation, okay? They don't have a state, but they're a nation. And the Jews have the Bible, okay, which gives them a shared language, a shared culture, a shared history, right? So how do you deal with a people in your nation that are explicitly not part of your culture? And they're very adamant about not being part of your culture. So the French, okay, there is anti-Semitism throughout Europe at this time. Okay, but the response to anti-Semitism is different in different nations. In 1894, there's something called the Dreyfus Affair. Okay, the Dreyfus Affair is this man, Alfred Dreyfus. He is Jewish by ancestry. But at this time, a lot of elite Jews have already acclimatized, assimilated into the popular culture. And in 1894, he was arrested and accused of being a German spy. Alfred Dreyfus was an officer in the French military. The problem is that French counterintelligence conducted a short investigation, and they quickly found out that this man was not the spy. But the French military didn't want to lose face. Also, there were a lot of anti-Semitic elements within the French military. So rather than just say, you know what, we got the wrong guy, we were wrong, let's forget about this, their response was to put this real spy on trial and acquit him. It's like, no, you're innocent, even though the evidence all suggests he's guilty. And we're going to put Dreyfus, and they put Dreyfus in prison in a penal colony far away for his entire life, okay? And so news of this leaks, and this creates a national controversy, right? And a man named Émile Zola, who was probably the most famous writer in France at this time, he writes a newspaper article called I Accuse, okay? I accuse the French military of corruption, of incompetence, of negligence. I accuse the French state of corruption, incompetence, negligence, okay? And so the question then is, why are these people so riled up about this one guy in prison? And the answer is, it has to do with the French identity, okay? At this point in history, there's this huge conflict between French liberals who see themselves as heirs to the French Revolution and monarchists, okay, who want to get rid of revolutionary elements. For the liberals, like Émile Zola, the republic is about maintaining the rights of all citizens. And if one citizen loses his right, if one citizen is mistreated by the justice system, then all citizens will be mistreated by the justice system, okay? So even though Alfred Dreyfus is a Jew, the French saw him first and foremost as a French citizen, right? Because the French nation exists to protect the rights of all those who are citizens of France, okay? Does that make sense? That's why this was a huge deal in France. And it lasted for about 10 years. And of course, the German response to the Jewish question was the Holocaust, okay? So these are two different conceptions of nationalism, the French and the German, all right? Any questions before I move on? Okay, is this clear? Great, all right. So let's continue on the nation state, okay? So before 1848, the nation state, nationalism, it was contained in Europe because the nationalism was actually a threat to the monarchy, right? Because nationalism would reduce a lot of their powers. But in 1848, there were too many revolutions and rebellions throughout Europe. And monarchs at this point recognized that they can't really hold back the tide of social change. And so certain nations like Germany start to embrace nationalism as a way to contain these social changes. Okay? Once nation-state came into being, they needed a certain philosophy about culture. And this man, Charles Darwin, provides that in The Origin of Species, right? He presents a new theory of human development that contradicts all Christian teaching, which is the idea of evolution. Okay? And so the idea of this is that God has no design. Okay? We are who we are by random chance through the process of evolution. And this will give birth to the idea of something like racism. Okay? Because if it's true that God has no say in how we develop, if it's true that we develop by chance, then we can also extrapolate from this that, well, there's certain people that must be inherently superior to others, right? There are certain people that must have evolved to be more intellectual, to be more scientific, to be more brave. And because Europe at this time is the wealthiest and strongest and most advanced part of the world, then we can also reason that Europeans must also be superior as a people to everyone else, the Africans, the Asians, okay? Right? So this introduces the idea of systemic racism. And this is a really popular thing to do back then. One thing that they were really interested in is skull, right? Because they figured out if they can measure the skull, then they can make generalizations about the different brains of different cultures. And of course, the entire point of this exercise was to prove that, in fact, Europeans were superior. Okay? This also leads to the idea of eugenics. This is Francis Galton, who is a cousin of Charles Darwin. And both Charles Darwin and Francis Galton was concerned about the gene pool, right? Because for Darwin, evolution meant that bad genes were systematically eliminated from the system. But at a time of improved sanitation, of improved hospital care, then people who should have died are living, right? And this is going to dilute the quality of your gene pool. So Francis Galton proposed the idea of eugenics, that a nation, that society should systematically eliminate bad genes from the gene pool in order to maintain its purity. And there are three ways that you can do this, right? The first is you can do forced sterilization. So people who might be handicapped or they are criminals, you sterilize them to prevent them from reproducing. That's one solution. Another solution is, well, execution, right? So if you're a criminal or you are physically violent or if you are low IQ, then we should just execute you to prevent you from polluting the gene pool. And the third solution is to limit migration. Okay? Limit immigration and limit migration. And this is an extremely popular idea in the United States, right? Because at this time in history, you have all these Europeans from low genetic stock, the Polish, the Irish, the Italians, the Eastern Europeans, coming into the United States at this time. And this was posing a real threat to the WASP elite. Okay? And that's why in the United States, this eugenics movement really takes off. Okay? Really the center of the eugenics movement in the world at the end of 19th century, at the end of the 20th century, at the end of 19th century, the beginning of 20th century is really the United States. Okay? There are many, many states in the United States that pass forced sterilization laws. This is Madison Grant. He wrote a very popular book about how there are different races. And the Nordic race, the Germans, the Scandinavians, and the British, they are the dominant race. They are the superior race. But over time, the numbers are diluting. And therefore, the Nordic people must work together, okay? And guess who really enjoys this idea? Who was a big fan of Madison Grant's? Hitler, right? The Nazis will translate his book and spread his book, and a lot of his ideas will become the basis for Nazi eugenics policy. right? And the Nazis were notorious for taking the disabled, the handicapped, and basically forcing them into gas chambers. Okay? This is what he says. A rigid system of selection through the elimination of those who are weak or unfit would solve the whole question in 100 years, as well as enable us to get rid of the undesirables who crowd out our jails, hospitals, and insane asylums. It's hard for us to imagine, but in the 1930s, this is a really widespread idea in America, in Britain, and in Germany. Extremely widespread among the elite. In fact, in 1935, if you ask me what was most likely to happen, then I would tell you that America, Britain, and Germany would ally themselves because they saw themselves as one people, and they would attack the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union was a Slavic country that was communist, and both the Slavs and the communists were a threat to the Nordic people who were capitalistic, right? That's, in 1935, that was the most likely scenario. In fact, there were a lot of people proposing this scenario. So why is it that it would be America and Britain who would support Soviet Union in destroying Germany? Well, that's a question we will look at next class, okay? Because it's a huge mystery why that happened when in reality it should have been America, Britain, and Germany versus Soviet Union, okay? All right. So this now gives us the age of imperialism. The Europeans now need more resources, but they're also spreading their cultural mission to civilize the entire world because they are the master race, right? They have the white man's burden to civilize all others. Okay? Now, they didn't go into Africa before because of malaria issues. Okay? If you're a European, you went into Africa, you're going to die. But with major advancements in medicine, they now had medicine against malaria, okay? And very quickly, they basically carved up Africa amongst themselves. They had a conference, and they decided who would get who. And their imperialism in Africa was notorious, right? It was one of the worst atrocities in human history, especially in the Congo, which was controlled by Belgium. Basically, the king of Belgium, Leopold, had a mercenary army go in, enslave the people, and extract all the resources from the Congo. And it was his own personal property, his own personal estate, okay? All right. Also China, okay? So China was basically carved up by the Europeans. Right? The Americans negotiated something called the open door policy, and everyone agreed to carve China up into different sections. Okay? And we call these the treaty ports. Right? Now, the problem for the Europeans, though, are the Japanese. So in the European understanding of the world, the Europeans are superior, right? Especially the Nordic people. So everyone else should automatically submit and surrender to the Europeans. And that's what happened in Africa, and that's what happened in China, but not in Japan. Japan underwent tremendous social change called the Meiji Restoration to go from a feudal society into a modern industrial nation that in 1905 was able to defeat a major European power, the Russians, in a war. Okay? And this was shocking because this went against all understanding of the world at this time. What really surprised people was the rapid pace of transformation in Japan. It was as though everyone decided that we as people needed to change, and we're going to change today, okay? And that's what Japan did, right? So you look at politics. In 1890, they will establish basically the parliament. And by 1928, you had universal male suffrage. Okay? Basically, in 1928, every man in Japan could vote. Economically, right? The Japanese economy exploded. If you go to Japan today, you'll be amazed by how well organized the society is. almost everyone in Japan reverse parks. Okay, if you look at this picture, maybe there's this one guy, for whatever reason, who decides not to reverse park. But everyone else reverse parks. There's no law that says you must reverse park. Everyone just does it because of a sense of social cohesion. Okay. In the 13th century, the Mongols, having conquered Korea and China and most of Asia, launched 2 invasions of Japan, which both of these invasions failed. Now, the myth is the kamikaze, right? The divine wind, which saved Japan from the invasion. That's not true. That's just part of Japanese mythology. The real reason is, what really happened is, the Mongols were able to land forces both times. But what they discovered was, they could not divide and conquer. Usually the policy of an invader is to find local allies, establish a beachhead on the island, and then slowly expand outwards, okay? That's a policy. But in Japan, the Mongols could not find any local allies. The people were united against the invaders. And as a result, it became too expensive and too burdensome for the Mongols to take over Japan. Okay? Does that make sense? And this creates the sense of national identity and national unity that still persists today. All right? And that's why I just say this, but the strongest nation in East Asia is not China, it's Japan. Okay? You have to look at social cohesion. You have to look at how willing people are willing to fight and die for their nation. And historically, the nation with the most patriotism has always been Japan, not China, okay? So please keep this in mind. All right. Now we go into World War I and World War II. In 1871, the German Empire is proclaimed, okay? The Prussians unite all of Germany into one political entity. And now they're a threat to Britain, because remember, the British foreign policy is we must always ensure a balance of power in Europe. If one power arises, we must fight it, okay? So when Napoleon arose, Britain spent infinite amount of money and resources to defeat Napoleon, which it ultimately did, okay? Now with Germany in power in Europe, Britain is now going to challenge it and ensure a balance of power in Europe, okay? Does that make sense? At the same time, what's happening is the spread of nationalism throughout the Ottoman and Austria-Hungary Empire. Remember, the Ottomans and the Austria-Hungary Empire are these multi-ethnic empires that don't really have any reason to exist anymore in an age of the nation state and of nationalism. Okay, so this is the Ottoman Empire. They're based in Istanbul, okay? But they also occupy what we call the Balkans, Greece, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, okay? So the Greeks rebel against the Ottomans, and they're successful in doing so in the Greek War of Independence. Now, we talked a lot of the Greeks, and it may surprise you to hear, like, for the most of its history, the Greeks didn't consider themselves as one people, as one culture, as one nation, right? So that's why the Greeks never were able to expand that far, right? The Athenians, the Spartans were too busy fighting each other to deal with others. Ultimately, it was the Macedonians who conquered Persia, not the Greeks. Okay? This is the Italian War of Independence. The Italians rebelled against the Austria-Hungary Empire. Okay, so the Austria-Hungary Empire comes into threat as well. And again, the Austria-Hungary Empire, it is a multi-ethnic state. And the nation and the different ethnicities in the Austria-Hungary Empire, it is clamoring for independence. The Austria-Hungary Empire, there are lots of Slavic people within it, and they are calling to Russia for aid. Okay? And as you know, what starts World War I is the assassination of the heir to the Austria-Hungary Empire by a Serbian nationalist in Sarajevo, right? Which brings the Austria-Hungary Empire into direct conflict with Russia, which then brings in Britain and Russia. Which brings in Britain and Germany as well. And this creates World War I. And World War I and World War II are the deadliest wars in human history by far, okay? Millions and millions of people are killed. After World War I, you have the rise of extreme nationalism, which is what we call fascism, okay? Fascism is just the extreme version of nationalism. This is Mussolini, who is the founder of fascism. And he explains fascism in this way. We have created our myth. The myth is a faith, a passion. It is not necessary for it to be reality. It is a reality in the sense that it is a stimulus, it's hope, it's faith, it's courage. Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation. And to this myth, this greatness, which we want to translate into a total reality, we subordinate everything else, okay? Fascism is the belief that the nation, the people, is in an eternal struggle of the fittest. Okay? It must defeat other nations if it is to survive. And even though the nation looks weak, as long as we stick together, as long as we believe in each other, as long as we fight together, we will be invincible. Okay? And this is the romantic nationalism driving both Italy as well as, of course, Germany. This is a fascist, Filippo Marini, and he says, we want to glorify war, the only cure for the world, and militarism, patriotism, and the beautiful ideas which kill. Okay? So for fascists, war is a good thing because war automatically unites people together in the final struggle for survival. And war is a process that you can use to remold people into the most extreme nationalists. Okay? Does that make sense? This, of course, leads to the rise of Hitler in Germany, as well as Stalin in the Soviet Union. Okay, so we're going to focus entirely on Stalin next class. I mean, he's that important of a historical figure. Okay, so but after World War II, people started to look at the tremendous carnage, catastrophe of what had happened. Okay, this is Hannah Arendt. And she wrote a book called The Origins of Totalitarianism. It is a fantastic book, by the way. It's one of my favorite books. Definitely considered the greatest work of political philosophy in the 20th century. Okay, it's basically required reading in university when you go there. And in it, she basically tries to explain why the Holocaust happened, why World War II happened, how is it possible for the Nazis to rise in power in Germany and for the communists to rise in power in the Soviet Union, okay? And what she explains is this. The ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not the convinced Nazi or the dedicated communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, true and false, no longer exists. So what she believes, what she argues is that these regimes systematically eroded people's capacity to judge for themselves, okay? Basically, these regimes destroyed the idea of the individual. And that's what allowed for totalitarianism to arise in these states. Okay? This is Karl Popper. And Karl Popper is like Hannah Arendt, a European Jew who escaped the devastation of the Holocaust and the war. And they both went to America. And he wrote a very famous book called The Open Society. Okay? And he argues the open society is one in which men have learned to be some extent critical of taboos and to base decisions on the authority of their own intelligence. So what he argues is for peace to happen, for peace to ultimately thrive in this world, we need to celebrate the individual rather than the nation. Also, we need to be skeptical of these grand theories of human history. Okay? We need to avoid Hegel. We definitely need to avoid Marx, but also Plato. These are the three baddies of the Western tradition: Plato, Hegel, and Marx. Because they're anti-democratic, they're anti-individual, but also they have a theological view of history, of things that's moving towards a final end. That is a megalomaniacal view to understand the world. We need to be skeptical. Okay? We need to incrementally make change to society. And so what he's really doing is he is proposing that Anglo-American civilization is far superior, far more scientific, far more advanced than both Russian and German civilization. Okay, that's what he's really doing, and that's why Karl Popper's open society has become an intellectual basis for the American empire. Okay, so very quickly, let's understand the difference between World War II and the Pax Americana, which is the age we live in today. World War II was about the nation state. Okay, the rise of nationalism and fascism. The Pax Americana is about the international rules-based order. Okay, the United Nations, human rights, the Geneva Convention, all these things. Okay, it's what they call the rules-based international order. Another difference is World War II was about mercantilism. Okay, mercantilism is basically you have your own separate trading zone, and you only trade within this zone. So that creates an incentive for Britain, for Germany, for France to go and conquer other colonies in order to facilitate their own industrial production. Okay? America's saying, no guys, let's just focus on global free trade. Let's have everyone trade together, and if everyone trades together, there is going to be peace. World War II was a celebration of the unity of will, right? That's what fascism is, the unity of will. We as a people, if we come together, we will be this invincible, inevitable historical force that will overwhelm the whole world. Today, we just focus on consumerism. Just go buy things, guys, okay? Buy things, be happy, we're good. All right? So this is an introduction. We will discuss this when we finish the class with the American Empire, okay? That's next Thursday. All right? But that is that. Okay, so Karl Popper's open society rubric in the American Empire creates these new trends in society that really weren't there before, okay? So for example, identity politics, okay? Identity politics is one such trend. Identity politics is really the celebration of individual helplessness, okay? We're all individuals and we all require the state to help us. Okay? So the state is fundamentally about protecting the vulnerable, including minorities, including women, including immigrants, okay? Does that make sense? That's what identity politics is, really. You also have mass immigration, okay? And this, again, and mass immigration is celebrated in America and in European nations right now. And historically, this was not true, okay? Maybe they had immigration, but it was more of an economic need. And there's a lot of political pushback against mass immigration. Today, it's celebrated, okay? But when you do that, when you have identity politics and mass immigration together, that ultimately creates a conservative pushback, which is what we're seeing today, okay? So the Trump era, which started only a few months ago, there's mass deportations going on. It's possible that you guys will not be allowed to go to the United States. All this is possible because of this conservative pushback, all right? So in other words, even though the nation state created a lot of problems that the Pax Americana is trying to resolve by focusing on more individual rights, the focus on individual rights is going to create more problems that may also allow for a return of nationalism in the future. And I think that's a very strong possibility that we'll discuss at the end of the course on Thursday. Okay? All right, so that's it. Okay, and again, what's really important for us to remember is that this is all just set up for the next two classes, which will end the course. All right, so this is all just background information for you guys. But was anything unclear about today? Anything you guys are not clear about? Any questions?
What is the difference between the nationalism and a cult?
What's the difference between nationalism and a cult? So there's really little difference between nationalism and religion. But a cult is something that we mean, it's much more like limited, much more small, and it requires rituals as well, okay? But I think you're right. I think like you can make the argument that nationalism, it is a form of religion, definitely. Great. Okay. Does that make sense? Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Okay, great. So next class, we will do the Communist Revolution, the Soviet Union, and the rise of Stalin, okay? Good morning. So today we do Joseph Stalin. And I want to make you the argument that Joseph Stalin is probably the greatest man who ever lived, okay, for 3 reasons. The first reason is that Joseph Stalin, he is a poor high school dropout from Georgia, which is on the fringes of the Russian Empire. And he leads an extreme, fringe, and despised political party called the Bolsheviks into absolute power in Russia. Okay, that's the first reason. Second reason is that among the Bolsheviks, Stalin is the least impressive. Everyone else is intellectual with many books, many speeches, many achievements to his resume. But Stalin defeats them all and becomes the ultimate ruler of Soviet Russia. That's the second reason. And the third reason is during World War II, Soviet Union was up against Germany. So Stalin took a poor, divided, isolated nation and defeated Germany and turned it into a global hegemon. All right, so these are the 3 main reasons why I consider Stalin to be certainly the greatest man of the 20th century, and quite possibly you can make the argument that he was the greatest man who ever lived, okay? So let me reframe what I just said in a different way so it's clearer to you. The Bolsheviks should not have triumphed, okay? If you just looked at what's going on in the early 20th century in Russia, you would not have predicted that the Soviets would have won. Stalin should not become Soviet leader, and the Soviets should not have won World War II, all right? All these 3 things happened because Stalin willed this reality into being. He is what Friedrich Nietzsche would call the Übermensch. The Übermensch is someone who steps outside of history and warps it to his will. Okay, that is Joseph Stalin. And that is the argument I will make to you today. All right, so some basic history about Russia. As we discussed previously about Russia, Russia is very much a nation with a split personality. It is both Asian as well as European, both Christian and pagan, both enlightened as well as reactionary. And because of these contradictions, it leads to many rebellions and revolutions throughout Russian history. One of the most famous being 1825, a group of military officers called the Decembrists tried to overthrow the Tsar and install a military dictatorship. Ever since this event, the revolutionary discussion becomes sort of like a national pastime in Russia. Dostoevsky, both Dostoevsky and Tolstoy were sympathetic to revolutions. 1853 to 1856 is a pivotal moment in Russian history because that's when Russia loses the Crimean War to the Ottoman Empire, backed by the French and the British. And this marks a limit to the expansion of Russia. So one way that Russia resolves its internal contradictions and its internal conflicts is by expanding eastwards and allowing the nobles to accumulate more land, more slaves, and that mollifies a lot of these nobles. But in 1853 and to 1856, after Russia loses the Crimean War, Russia understands that it is backward and agricultural compared with Europe. So Alexander II, who was Tsar of Russia at this time, he embarks on a series of radical liberal reforms. The most major being, in 1861, he emancipates the serfs. The serfs are slaves who are tied down to the land. And by liberating them, he hopes to further industrialize Russia as well as create a more vibrant market economy, which is what you need to be a modern nation state. But as you can imagine, this creates a lot of pushback from the nobles who lose a lot of wealth and property because of these reforms. A fun fact about Alexander II was he was very good friends with Abraham Lincoln. In fact, Alexander II was a huge admirer of the American Republic, so much so that when in 1861 the American Civil War started, Tsar Alexander II was worried that the French and the British would intervene on behalf of the Confederacy. And the reason why is that, first of all, the American Confederacy provides a lot of cotton to the British and the French for their textile industry. As well, the French and the British see America as a growing threat. So by supporting the Confederacy, they believe that they can divide and weaken America. So in response, Alexander II publicly stated that if the French and the British ever declare an alliance with the Confederacy, then Russia would intervene on behalf of the Union. And to show that he was serious, he sent warships to New York and San Francisco to show that Russia would defend America. So this is forgotten, but this is a really fun fact about Russian history, that Alexander II was a huge admirer of Abraham Lincoln. They wrote letters to each other, and he did much to save the American Union in a time of crisis. Now, in 1881, his liberal reforms stopped when he was assassinated. This was he was assassinated on the day that he returned from a meeting where he was going to promote constitutional monarchy in Russia. And then he was assassinated by a terrorist group called the People's Will. Now, there's a very good reason why the People's Will assassinated Alexander II. At this time in Russian history, there were a lot of revolutionaries who believed that to liberate Russia, you need to liberate the mindset of the peasants. The problem is the mindset loved the Tsar. And so the intellectuals felt that the idea of the Tsar enslaved the peasants from seeking enlightenment and freedom. And therefore, to send a signal to liberate the peasantry, you needed to kill the Tsar in an act of violence. And that's what happened in 1881. So this is the People's Will. And what you will see is that they're a very small group of people. There's at most 2,000. And they were founded right before they assassinated Alexander II, 1879. And after the assassination, all the major members were quickly arrested by the secret police and executed. And they confessed to their crimes. That's why we know so much about them. But this creates a problem. The problem is this. If the secret police were so effective in capturing all the assassins right after the assassination, why weren't they effective in stopping the assassination? That's a curious question. In fact, if you think about some more, you have some other problems. For example, the People's Will, it is a terrorist organization. But where do they get the funding? All right? This is always a problem when you are an underground organization. Where do you get your financing from? Another problem is if these are religious fanatics, they really believe that their mission is to liberate the peasantry, they're probably very opinionated, and it's probably very hard to organize them into a hierarchy. All right? So these are two major problems that the People's Will and other terrorist organizations throughout Russian history will face, including the Bolsheviks. Now, to answer both questions, let's do a thought experiment. Let's just say you're secret police, okay? And you're tasked with monitoring and capturing these terrorists. Now, is it to your benefit to capture them, or is it to your benefit to assist them? All right? Now, this sounds like a silly question, but let's think about it deeply. All right, so why don't you want to support political extremists? Well, there's some very good reasons. It's risky, it's violent, it's unethical, it doesn't really help anyone, okay? So we should not help political extremists. But if you're secret police and you ask yourself, what are the benefits of helping them? It turns out there's quite a lot. All right? Let's go over them. Number one, by helping extremists, you defame the entire political opposition. Right? You make all the people who oppose the Tsar look bad because, look, these are fanatical, they're violent. Okay? That's one really good reason why you want to support extremists. Second is you want to foment internal dissent among political opponents. Okay? So the classic example is The Marxist group at this time in history are the Mensheviks. And they are intellectuals, and they believe heavily in Marx. The Bolsheviks are led by Lenin, and they are an extreme group. The main conflict is the Mensheviks believe that for the revolution to happen, you have to follow Marxist prescription, which is you go from an autocracy to a bourgeoisie democracy, because that is what's going to help Russia industrialize. Once industrialization happens, capitalism will automatically make the proletariat class conscious. And when they're class conscious, they will unite and overthrow the bourgeoisie democracy to create the dictatorship of the proletariat, okay? That is a classical Marx theory of evolution towards a communist society. Lenin believed, no, we don't need this, okay? Because the Menshevik worldview is we have to be patient, we have to wait for Russia to industrialize. Right now, the industrial workers in Russia is about 3% of the population. Okay, the peasantry is 80%. And Lenin's argument is we don't have to wait for the proletariat to become 80% of the population. What we can do is create a vanguard party and lead the peasants into communist paradise. Okay, and the Mensheviks say, well, if you do that, all you're doing is creating a peasant revolution, which will lead to a dictatorship of the peasantry. Okay, you'll be no different from the Tsar. All right, so eventually Lenin and the Bolsheviks will split apart from the Mensheviks, okay? And it would be to the benefit of secret police to support the Bolsheviks, right? And we'll see evidence for this later on. By supporting political extremism, you also induce political violence to justify more state control, right? You collect intelligence by implanting spies within these extremist groups. You can also arrest extremists to score political points within the bureaucracy, right? Because the secret police is getting paid a lot of money. How do they justify their salaries? Well, they arrest extremists that they support, okay? Also, you can use these extremists to assassinate political enemies. All right, so you make the argument that within the secret police, there's a faction of nobles who were outraged at the reforms of Alexander II, especially the thought of creating a constitutional monarchy which would limit the powers of the aristocracy. And therefore, they had the people's will kill Alexander II. You also had false flag operations where you have extremists on behalf of your enemy create terrorist events within the country which will justify a war against an enemy, okay? And also, like the best reason, of course, is because it's fun and exciting. All right? The people in the secret police, they're all psychopaths. And they enjoy this process, okay? In fact, you can make the argument that one of the main functions of the secret police is to create problems for society so that they can justify their power. All right? So again, this sounds pretty extreme to you, but let's look at some evidence that this was the case in Russia in the late 19th century. All right, so this is Vladimir Lenin, and he was a revolutionary who had to escape to Europe in order to not be captured by the secret police, okay? And again, he was a fanatic. So let's read from Wikipedia about his time in London. Lenin's factionalism began to alienate increasing numbers of Bolsheviks, including his former close supporters, okay? So this guy was an asshole. He was a fanatic. He was extreme. He was violent. No one liked this guy. And normally what would happen is he becomes ostracized. He becomes alienated. He is thrown aside, and he's left to write his own books, okay? Which would happen in a normal course of events. But at this time in history, the secret police intervened. The Okhrana, which is the Russian imperial secret police, exploited his factional attitude by sending a spy, Roman Malanskovsky, to act as a vocal Lenin supporter within the party. Various Bolsheviks expressed their suspicions about Malanskovsky to Lenin, although it's unclear if the latter was aware of the spy's duplicity. It is possible that he used Malanskovsky to feed false information to the Okhrana. Okay, do you understand? The secret police was an active supporter of Vladimir Lenin. Now, the Wikipedia tells us that, okay, well, the Okhrana sent a spy to support Lenin, but we can also guess that the secret police were also sending money to Lenin, which is very important, right? Because now Lenin can support his faction within the larger socialist movement. In fact, they probably have more money than the other groups. Okay, so the secret police is incubating the Bolsheviks. All right, let's use another example. Have you ever asked yourself where Islamic extremism comes from? So when we did the Islamic Golden Age, what I said, and what I still believe today, is the Islamic Golden Age was a period of openness and tolerance. So what changed? Well, after World War II, the Americans and the British started to sponsor Islamic extremism. Okay, this is pretty well known historically. Why? There are three main reasons why. The first reason is, at this time in history, the Soviet Union and America was fighting a Cold War. There were no Islamic minorities within America, but guess what? There were lots and lots of Islamic minorities within the Soviet Union. Okay, in fact, it was maybe like a third of the population. That's a lot. And they hated the communists because the communists were atheists, and they wanted to celebrate their religion. Okay, so by sponsoring Islamic extremism, you are destabilizing the Soviet Union. Okay, that's the first really good reason. Second reason is, at this time, the Middle East is growing in importance because of its oil resource, right? Well, at this time in history, the 50s, 60s, 70s, nationalism, terrorism, and socialism are the major ideologies of these nations at this time. And these are all threats to American, British commercial interests within the Middle East, right? Because all these ideologies are saying, like, we shouldn't give our oil for free to America and Britain. We should protect our resource. So by supporting Islamic extremism, you're undermining these ideologies, which is exactly what happened in Iran. Right? And the last reason is the Americans and the British heavily support the Saudi regime, which is extremely unpopular. So a long time ago, the Saudis made a pact with Wahhabism, which is a fanatical ideology within Islam. And so by supporting Islamic extremism, you support Wahhabism, which supports the Saudi regime. Okay? So I want you guys to remember this. The secret police, throughout history, they've been supporting political extremists in order to achieve short-term political objectives. Okay? All right, let's continue. So after the death of Alexander II, his son, Alexander III, comes into power. And he is a reactionary. But he dies fairly young, which leaves his son, Nicholas II, to take the throne. And Nicholas II, he's very young and he's very inexperienced. He's a nice guy, he loves his family, but he's not really equipped to lead Russia in a time of tremendous political and social tumult. 1904, the Russians lose a war against the Japanese. And at this time, not only do they lose the war, but there's famine going on throughout Russia. So this is a time of tremendous discontent and revolution in Russia, which leads to something called the Bloody Sunday in 1905, where worker protesters were killed by soldiers. All right. Also at this time, what's happening is that the royal family, they start to ally themselves with a priest named Gregory Rasputin. All right? If he looks scary, it's because this is a very scary man. He styles himself as a mystic. And the royal family, they have exactly one heir to the throne, and his name is Alexei, the young son. The problem with Alexei is he has something called hemophilia, which means that if he bleeds, he could die. And Rasputin was very good at calming down Alexei. So Rasputin became a member of the royal family, essentially. But people, the Russian people, hated Rasputin because there's rumors that he was like a sex maniac. And he was organizing all these satanic rituals. Also, there was a very popular rumor that Rasputin was sleeping with Alexandra, okay, the Tsarina. And eventually, the nobles will organize and assassinate Rasputin, but not before this entire affair does tremendous damage to the reputation and prestige of the royal family. World War I breaks out, and even though Rasputin pleaded with the Tsar not to intervene, the Tsar did declare war against Germany, and now Russia is up against Germany, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, as well as the Ottoman Empire. And this war is devastating for Russia. And in 1917, there's a huge spontaneous protest against the Tsar. And at this point, his generals tell him he should abdicate, which is what he does. And so now the parliament, called the Duma, becomes the provisional government, and they declare a republic. All right? But they're still at war with Germany. So what Germany does is it organizes Lenin to be smuggled back into Russia so that he can foment discontent and rebellion and revolution. Okay? So Lenin was not just a useful idiot to the Russian secret police, but he was also a useful idiot to the Germans who wanted to knock Russia out of the war. When Lenin returned to Russia, he tried to organize a rebellion against the provisional government because the provisional government still wanted to stay in the war, and Lenin wanted to take Russia out of the war. Lenin called for three things, okay? Land, peace, and bread. And this was very popular among the people. Eventually, the provisional government tried to arrest Lenin. He escaped. But then what happened was the military tried to overthrow the government. And now the provisional government under Kerensky now requires Lenin to help out and defend the republic against the military. And Lenin is not in any way a politician. He's a theoretician, okay? And he's fanatical. So let's read a passage from his book, State and Revolution, which he wrote at the time in 1917 to understand his thinking. He says, the petty bourgeoisie Democrats, he's talking about the provisional government, those sham socialists, the Mensheviks, who replaced the class struggle by dreams of class harmony, even picture the socialist transformation in a dreamy fashion, not as the overthrow of the rule of the exploiting class, but as the peaceful submission of the minority to the majority, which has become aware of its aims. Okay? So Lenin has absolute contempt for all of his enemies, a violent, visceral contempt. All right, so in 1917, October, Lenin orders a coup d'etat against the provisional government. And this will eventually lead to something called the Russian Civil War. And at this time in history, the Bolsheviks are controlling only some small cities, primarily Petrograd, but their enemies called the Whites, okay? The Whites are former remnants of the Russian Empire, the aristocrats, the military. They control most of Russia, and it seems like they're making a huge advance against the Bolsheviks, okay? But there are three things that will conspire to ensure the Bolsheviks win. The first thing is the Whites don't actually have a policy for reform. They want things to stay the way they are. And peasants are hungry, they're landless, they want peace. Okay? So they lose the support of the peasants. That's the first problem. Second thing is the Bolsheviks will enact a reign of terror. Okay? They have the secret police called the Cheka, which goes around and kills all enemies of the revolution. All right? So they are fanatically instilling fear and terror among the Russian people. The last reason, the most important reason, is Leon Trotsky. Leon Trotsky organizes the Red Army. And Leon Trotsky is an incredible orator as well as organizer. He is absolutely ruthless. He organizes something called blocking divisions. So the idea is when you go into battle, you're supposed to run ahead. If you change your mind and you run back, someone at the back called a blocker will shoot you to death, okay? So it is brutal, but it works very effectively. Also, Leon Trotsky reorganizes the Red Army into a meritocracy. So he doesn't care about your political affiliation. He doesn't care whether or not you support the Bolsheviks. If you're capable, you'll be promoted within the Red Army. Okay? So he turns the Red Army into a very effective fighting force. And this was what allows the Bolsheviks to eventually triumph. Okay? So in many ways, the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution are very similar. All right, so let's go over the similarities. In both, you have a poet. Okay, Jean-Jacques Rousseau said freedom is general will. Marx said freedom is classlessness. Then you have a prophet who leads everyone into the promised land through his pure faith as well as fanaticism. Okay, So in the French Revolution, you had Robespierre, who said, reason will set us free. Within the Russian Revolution, you have Lenin, who said, violence will set us free. And the last thing, which we'll focus on in this class, is then you have a Messiah figure who comes and conquers the world to ensure the revolution succeeds. In the French Revolution, you had Napoleon, right, who said, I'm the expanding empire, okay? So his theory to ensure the revolution will survive is to expand outwards and conquer Europe, which is what he did. But then you have Stalin, who is, I'm the continuous revolution. So the way that he maintains the stability and the vitality of the revolution is by constantly purging his enemies, okay? Very much along the lines of the Cultural Revolution in China. All right, so let's look at the similarities between Lenin and Robespierre, okay? Both are from the lower nobility. They're both poets in many ways. And their families faced downward mobility. So Lenin's father was an educator and member of the lower nobility. But Lenin's father died when he was young, okay? So Lenin, and then Lenin's brother, who Lenin really admired, he was arrested while he was at university for plotting against the empire. And he was executed, okay? But both are idealists. They sought to create justice in a world of injustice. Now, the similarities between Napoleon and Stalin are also really interesting. They're both from marginalized minorities. Napoleon was Corsican, Stalin was Georgian, and they felt persecution and inadequacy, okay? And so they became obsessed with obtaining power to escape their insecurities, right? So the similarities between these characters are very, very enlightening for us. All right, so now we focus on Stalin, all right? The background of Stalin is this. His father owned a small shoe factory when Stalin was born, but then the father lost the factory and became an abusive alcoholic. Stalin was born poor, and he did well in school. He had a very loving Christian mother. He did well in school, but in high school he came in contact with Marxism, and then he dropped out. Okay, so the fact that Stalin was a young man who suffered racial discrimination, downward mobility, and an alcoholic father made him the perfect recruit for three types of organizations: criminal networks, revolutionaries, and the secret police. And guess what, guys? He was part of all three networks. And it was a nexus of these three networks within Georgia. Okay? All right. So this is Stalin, and he came from a very poor family, and eventually he will rise to the very top. All right. So some Wikipedia background about Stalin, okay? So we won't read all of it, but I want to point out some certain sentences. Let's look at this sentence. He goes to Batuma, and there his militant rhetoric proved divisive among the city's Marxists, some of whom suspected he was an agent provocateur. He was a spy. His mission was to promote violence and organization within localities so the secret police can swoop in and arrest everyone. And this makes a lot more sense than a poor man discovers Marxism and then is totally committed to the cause. It makes more sense that he was recruited as a spy by the secret police in order to sow discontent and violence among the Marxists. Okay, let's continue. Stalin began working at the Rothschild refinery storehouse, where he co-organized two worker strikes. After the strike, leaders were arrested. Okay, really important. The moment he organized the strikes, all these leaders were arrested. He co-organized a mass demonstration, which led to the storming of the prison. Okay, Stalin was arrested in April 1902 and sentenced to 3 years exile in Siberia, arriving in November 1903. After one failed attempt, Stalin escaped from his exile in January 1904. All right, so throughout this time, he is getting arrested by the secret police, but for whatever reason, he escapes only after like a month. All right? And the benefit of being arrested by secret police is what? He has credentials now. Right? You can only be a revolutionary if you've been sent to Siberia by the secret police. All right? So this is all very suspicious. Okay, let's continue. In 1905, government troops massacred protests. Stalin was in Baku in February when ethnic violence broke out between Armenians and Azeris, and he formed Bolshevik battle squads, which he used to keep the city's warring ethnic factions apart. So of all the Bolsheviks, okay, because at this point in history, Lenin, Trotsky, they're basically writing books. Stalin's the one who's out there organizing people, committing violence, creating organizations. In fact, he's the one funding the Bolsheviks. Okay? Why? Because he assembles his gang, criminal network, which attack black hundreds and raise money through racketeering, counterfeiting, robberies, and kidnapping children of wealthy figures for ransom. He's the main financier of the Bolshevik party. Without him, there would be no Bolsheviks. And I would make the argument to you that he's doing this on behalf of the secret police. Right? Because why would you do this? If you're stealing money, why not keep it for yourself and spread it to your friends and bribe the police? Why are you taking all this money and giving it to Lenin? Right? All right. So ultimately, Stalin will triumph. Why? Because Lenin and Trotsky, okay, his two main competitors, were egomaniacs who wanted to be proved right. Okay, they're intellectuals. They're theorists. Stalin just wants power for himself. Okay, so Vladimir Lenin, he is the one pushing for the revolution. He's the theorist, right? And as the Soviets developed power, by the 1920s, he's starting to have strokes. He's always been in bad health, but now he's really in bad health. And so now he has to figure out who will succeed him, okay? And ultimately, he decides the best person to succeed him is Leon Trotsky. Because Leon Trotsky, he's a hero of the revolution. He like Lenin, both believe in an international movement of communism. They both believe that if communism is to survive in the Soviet Union, they have to spread it to Europe. And they both believe very strongly that with one push, because of World War I, all of Europe will fall to communism, okay? Now, Stalin disagrees with them, though. Stalin believes in maintaining communism within the boundaries of the Soviet Union, okay, and being a nationalist. And ultimately, it is Stalin who will triumph over Leon Trotsky and Vladimir Lenin and create this code of personality in the Soviet Union. Most people assume that Stalin and Lenin were best friends because really, without Stalin, there would be no Lenin. All right? But you also make the argument about Lenin, there would be no Stalin. Okay? So they were codependent on each other. So it was always assumed that they were best friends. But before his death, okay, Lenin wrote a secret memo to the party leaders, and he said this: Comrade Stalin, who's now general secretary, okay, so he's head of the organization department of the Communist Party, which is a very important position. Having become Secretary General, has unlimited authority concentrated in his hands. And I'm not sure whether he will always be capable of using that authority with sufficient caution. Stalin is too coarse in this defect. What Lenin is saying is this: if you let Stalin continue to amass power, he will become a dictator. Lenin is head of the Bolsheviks, but he's not dictator. There's a committee rule, okay? So at this point in history, you would think that, okay, Lenin is now leader, and he's going to make it his mission to ensure Stalin is removed from the general secretary position and Stalin is removed as a possible contender for power within the Soviet Union. But then something happens, which is Lenin has a stroke, convulsions, and he dies. Okay? We will never know what really happened. But if you talk to medical practitioners who've looked at this case, they say, look, these convulsions are more indicative of poisoning than they are of a stroke, okay? So there's certain people, and this is not a mainstream view, there's certain people who believe that Stalin poisoned Lenin because Lenin was about to remove Stalin from his position of power. Now, you're like, okay, that makes no sense. But at this time in history, there are three individuals that are in the way of Stalin amassing complete power, okay? So Lenin we talked about, but then there's a man named Zakov Sverdlov, okay? And he was Lenin's right-hand man. In fact, he was the general secretary of the Bolsheviks before Stalin. He was extremely competent, and then at a very young age, okay, only his 30s, he dies of an illness. That's really convenient for Stalin because now Stalin can become head of the organizing department of the Bolshevik Party and install all his cronies into positions of power. That's really convenient for Stalin. But guess what? 1926, head of the Cheka, Felix Dzerzhinsky, okay, head of the secret police. He dies as well under mysterious circumstances. He has a heart attack. And he's also really young. And remember, the secret police is where the center of power in government is. And after he dies, Stalin is now able to implant his cronies, his loyal subordinates, into the secret police. Okay? So all this is like really convenient for Stalin, even though we have no evidence that he, in fact, poisoned all three. It's just really convenient for him. All right? This is really weird how this really worked out for him. We'll never know why, okay? But you have to be suspicious. Okay? Either he's the luckiest man ever in the world, or he basically just killed everyone in order to amass power. And in fact, he continues this. From 1936 to 1938, there's something called the Great Purge, which is a continued revolution. At this point in history, what Stalin will do is kill at least 1 million party members. He destroys the old guard. And he does so by having the secret police purge the army and the bureaucracy, and then secret units within the secret police purge those guys, and then new units purge those secret units, okay, and so on. All right? There are show trials where the Bolshevik leaders, the old guard, they confess to being traitors to the regime. Okay? They confess to being secret capitalists. All right, so let's look at the Purge of the Red Army. This is from Wikipedia. The Purge of the Red Army and Military Maritime Fleet removed 3 or 5 marshals, 13 of 15 army commanders, 8 of 9 admirals, okay? 50 of 57 Army Corps commanders, 154 out of 186 division commanders. So what he did was he completely wiped out the entire leadership of the Soviet military. And actually, this piece of fact is what sort of convinced the Germans to invade in 1941, because they're like, well, you know, Stalin killed off all the experienced officers, and so let's attack them because they won't know what to do, okay? But in fact, you could make the argument, and I think a lot of people have made the argument, that this was ultimately beneficial to the war effort in World War II. Why? Because you've removed all the dead weight. You removed the conservative generals who are not experienced with innovative warfare. All right? So by doing this, what Stalin did was make the Soviet military more innovative and more open and more flexible, okay? And so I know this is a hard idea to understand, but let's just do a thought experiment to understand this idea. Let's say there's 100 of you students and you're shipped off to a desert island and you're forced to survive by yourself. Well, I mean, maybe in the beginning you would struggle, right? You fight, but eventually, I think over a couple of weeks, you would learn to get along and you would learn to survive on this desert island, okay? That's what I think would happen. I don't know, but I hope that's what happens. Now let's imagine 20 teachers go with you guys. I'm pretty sure you're worse off, okay? Because those 20 teachers would be more intent on maintaining a hierarchy of things than to actually solving a problem. And so you can make the argument that by purging the army in the late 30s, Stalin made the Red Army more innovative and better prepared for the German invasion in 1941. All right? Now, the show trials, basically all the leading Bolsheviks, anyone who could have possibly challenged Stalin, were arrested and they confessed to being criminals, to being traitors, to being spies. All right? And all of them were, of course, innocent. These are loyal Bolsheviks who sacrificed their entire lives, their families, in order to ensure the revolution would succeed. So why did they confess? Well, this is Arthur Kessler, and he wrote a book called Darkness at Noon, which is really one of the best books ever written, okay? It's just brilliant. And in it, he profiles an old Bolshevik leader, and he tries to go into the mind of this person as he is about to be executed. And he's remembering his life, where for the revolution, he killed everyone, basically. He sacrificed everyone. He betrayed everyone. He is guilty as sin. But the moment that he's about to execute it, he confesses to everything, okay? And the argument here is, if you spend your entire life doing bad things, you're not going to admit this is all for nothing, right? He's going to do everything possible to save the revolution. If that meant killing himself in order to save the revolution, he would do so. So think of the original sin, right? The original sin of the revolution is all this violence committed against civilians. Well, now, this Bolshevik, he is like Jesus. Through his sacrifice, he will cleanse the people of their sins and allow for the revolution to continue. All right? So what's brilliant about this is Stalin put these people on trial, and he knew that ultimately they would confess. And this would cement his power. All right, so let's summarize what we've discussed and think about how Stalin won it all, okay? So there are 5 reasons. Okay, the first reason is from an early age, he won the trust of powerful patrons, criminal, like mafia bosses, secret police heads, revolutionaries, right? And then he was absolutely loyal to them until it was no longer expedient. What's amazing about Stalin is he made everyone believe that he was loyal to them personally and absolutely, okay? That was his absolute power. Second is he always was able to identify capable subordinates and he promoted them selflessly, okay? So that's really important. Third reason is he understands silence can be more powerful than great speech making. Do not become too wedded to ideas and positions and let others despise you. So Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky were tremendous orators, okay? They were brilliant. The problem, though, is that by making these speeches, it increases their hubris, it increases their ego, and it makes them more wedded to ideas. Stalin refused to give speeches. So you can never understand, you can never know how Stalin thought about things, okay? And that was his secret weapon. Also, no one took him seriously, right? At this point in history, everyone thought Stalin was an intellectual lightweight. Because at this point, the Bolsheviks thought that whoever had the best theories were the most righteous leaders. And Stalin didn't have any ideas of his own, okay? Strategic retreats are most effective in times of internal conflict. So disappearing, hiding, offends no one and offers no risk. So another way of saying this is the secret police always arrested Stalin at a time of tremendous conflict within the socialist movement, okay? So the split between Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, Stalin wasn't there. He was arrested, okay? So that's really convenient for Stalin. And then last is let your enemies destroy themselves, accept who they are, and help them become their worst selves, okay? So Trotsky lost out because Trotsky was a tremendous egomaniac. He pissed everyone off. And Stalin encouraged that, okay? So just let your enemies destroy themselves. And this is what he will do with Hitler as well. And that's how he won World War II, okay? All right, so let's take a short break and we'll come back and do World War II. So there's another way we can understand how Stalin was able to defeat the Bolshevik leadership. And so, very simple formulation. Lenin, Trotsky were all priests, okay? But Stalin was a spy. And so, let's look at the differences. Priests have faith and conviction, all right? You're trying to bring God to the world. Whereas a spy has multiple personalities. So Stalin could be a different person in to different people. In fact, no one really thought Stalin was a serious threat. And no one really took Stalin seriously, right? Second is, the priests have something called analytical intelligence. That's why they're able to write books. That's why they're able to give great speeches. A spy has emotional intelligence. A spy is able to make you trust him, all right? The last is, priests are concerned with the pursuit of truth in God. Spies only want power. All right, so if you think about it this way, if you look at this formulation, then the Bolsheviks didn't even have a chance against Stalin, all right? All right, so now let's go on to World War II. And there's tremendous debate as to what happened in World War II. It was a cataclysmic struggle between the Soviet Union and the Germans, okay? Tens of millions of people died in this war. It was a tragedy. So there's always going to be debate as to what happened. Why did the Germans lose? All right, so let me give you my interpretation. Basically what happened was this. The Germans had a certain doctrine of war, a certain belief system going into the war. And they executed this belief system, this plan, perfectly in a blitzkrieg, okay? But when the doctrine of war failed, they couldn't adapt, okay? So the German doctrine of war is called blitzkrieg. And the idea of blitzkrieg is you very quickly cut off the head and the body collapses. You basically go in and you destroy the command and control center of the military. That's what happened throughout Europe in the late 30s, right? That's what happened to France. In only about a few weeks, Germany was able to cut off the command center of the French military, and it caused the French military to collapse. But the problem with the Soviet Union is that it's huge, and there's really no command and control center. So what was happening was, even the Germans were destroying the Soviets, they were running around around Russia pointlessly for many, many months. Okay, they really didn't have a plan because the plan was always to destroy the head of the snake. But if you can't find the head, you're going to run around aimlessly. The Soviets are really good at fighting a war of attrition, right? Something called a scorched earth policy, which is how they defeated Charles II of Sweden as well as Napoleon of France before. And that's how they also defeated the Germans. The Germans are known for their organizational supremacy, okay? But they're not known for their battlefield flexibility. The Soviets, even though they were losing many battles in the beginning of the war, they eventually adapted themselves to German warfare, and eventually they were able to overwhelm the Germans. And I think a lot of this flexibility had to do with the fact that they lost a lot of their major leadership in the purges. So another way of saying this is, the difference between the Germans and the Russians is Hitler did not purge his military, Stalin did purge his military. And that's why the Soviets were much more innovative than the Germans in the war. Also, the Germans were fighting for something called Lebensraum. Lebensraum means living space in German. It's basically like, if we are to survive as a German people, as a German nation, we need more resources. We need more land. And so we need Ukraine, okay, especially for the oil. But the Soviets were fighting for their motherland, Mother Russia. So they were much more motivated to fight than the Germans. Now, so looking at this map, you'll see two things, okay? The first thing is the Germans were really spread out throughout the front. That allows for encirclement, okay? That allows for the Soviets to attack them from different angles and encirclement. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you will also notice that the Germans didn't get that far in this war. They, at most, got to the outskirts of Moscow, but not beyond. And the Soviet Union, if you just look at the map, it is huge, okay? All right. So this was the deadliest war in human history. The Germans sent in almost 4 million personnel, and they overwhelmed the Soviets in the beginning, but it was not enough, okay? 4 million men was not enough to conquer the Soviet Union. You needed 40 million, and the Germans didn't have that. All right, so what's the big deal? So the Soviets had unlimited resources to defeat the Germans. This is a big deal because, let's go back to the year 1935. In the year 1935, if we were to have this class and we were to discuss what will happen 10 years from now, we could probably guess that the Soviet Union would collapse. Why? Because Stalin was purging all the major leadership of the Soviet Union, creating a lot of discontent, a lot of civil conflict. As well, if you look at a map of the world in 1935, most of the world was capitalist. Japan, which controlled the East, was capitalist. Then you had the Germans, the Nazis rising. You had the English. Then you had the Americans. And all four of these nations were under threat from communism. They were communist subversive in all these countries, and they were considered a major threat. In fact, in the 1930s, there's a real threat that in America, there would be a communist rebellion. In Germany, there was a failed communist revolution. In France and England, the communists were everywhere, okay? So these four nations, Japan, the Americans, the English, the Germans, they all see communism as a major threat to them. So we could imagine that they would unite against the Soviet Union at some point to destroy communism once and for all, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is that at this point in history, race science is very popular. Eugenics is very popular. And guess what? The Americans, the British, and the Germans all saw themselves as one people, the Nordic people, the Aryan race. In fact, Hitler was a tremendous admirer of the English people. He saw the English as brave, as brilliant, as the master race. Okay, so you could make the argument that the Nordic people would eventually unite together to destroy the Slavs, which was a major threat to them in Europe. And the third major reason is at this time, as Germany is industrializing, the Americans are helping Hitler Industrialize. Okay, this is from ChatGPT. American industrialists invested heavily in Nazi Germany, particularly before and during World War II. Okay? This is important. Major companies like General Motors, IT&T, Eastman Kodak, Standard Oil, and others had substantial assets and investments in German subsidiaries. So these American companies, the major American companies of the time, was helping Hitler to industrialize its war machine. All right? So given all this, you could imagine that America would eventually come to support Germany in a conflict with the Soviet Union. So at this point in history, the Soviet Union, it was unlikely the Soviet Union would survive, okay? But then in 1941, Hitler launches Operation Barbarossa. Now, this is one of the greatest mysteries among historians. The mystery is this. Hitler had to organize 4 million soldiers, a multinational force, to invade the Soviet Union. Spies, the Americans, the British told Stalin, listen, Hitler's going to invade you. Stalin refused to believe them. Stalin said, listen, first of all, I have a non-aggression pact with Hitler. We're friends. He's not going to invade me, number one. Number two is, Hitler's being blockaded by the British. We, the Soviet Union, are providing all these resources, oil, food, to the Germans. Why would they invade us? It's suicidal. And third of all, Germany doesn't have the resources to invade us. Okay? So Stalin refused to believe that the Germans would invade. He believed it was a nefarious British plot to undermine the friendship between Germany and the Soviet Union. Also, there were some German soldiers who were sympathizers to communism. They would run away and go to the Soviets and tell them, listen, I have all these secret plans of this invasion called Operation Barbarossa. They're going to come. The Germans are coming. Be ready. And what did the Soviets do? They shot them to death for being spies. Okay? So the Germans invade, and the Soviets aren't prepared. But not only that, but Stalin seems to be purposefully sabotaging the Soviet war effort. As the Germans are advancing, the Soviets should push back, okay? But Stalin orders the army to stay where they are. So they get encircled by the Germans. And at this point, the Germans have more prisoners of war than they could possibly imagine. Millions and millions of Soviets captured in the first months of the war. It is a complete disaster for the Soviet Union. And so everyone's like, Stalin has gone out of his mind. First of all, why wasn't he ready for Hitler's invasion? He refused to believe that Hitler would invade. Second of all, why didn't he give his generals authority to run the war in a way that should have been run? Why did Stalin interfere and destroy the Soviet army in the first few months? Okay, these are the two major mysteries of Operation Barbarossa. Okay, I know this is going to be controversial, okay, but I'm going to make you this argument. Stalin purposefully did both things. Stalin purposely let Hitler invade, and Stalin purposely let millions of soldiers be captured by the Nazis. And you're like, that's insane! Well, guess what happens? At this point, because the Nazis are destroying the Soviet Union, the Americans come in on behalf of the Soviet Union. Remember, at this point in history, the Americans think they're going to go to war against the Soviet Union. Okay? The Americans want to ally with Germany. But because the Germans are about to destroy the Soviet Union, the Americans can't let this happen. If Germany destroys the Soviet Union, the German science, technology, and organization would have access to Soviet manpower, oil, and food. Germany would be invincible. So the Americans step in. But look, let's look at what the American contribution to the war is. In total, U.S. deliveries to the USSR through land lease amount to $11 billion, equivalent to $150 billion. Over 400,000 jeeps and trucks, 12,000 armored vehicles, 7,000 tanks, 14,000 aircraft, 1.75 million tons of food. The Americans basically industrialized the Soviet Union, giving the Soviet Union unlimited resources, unlimited technology. Why? Because they're afraid of a German conquest. All right, from Wikipedia, roughly 17.5 million tons of military equipment, vehicles, industrial supplies, and food were shipped from the Western Hemisphere to the USSR, okay? So Americans gave about 17.5 million tons of equipment to the British. So to the Russians. But guess what? When the Americans entered the war, they used a total of 22 million tons. That's incredible. The American army used the same amount of supplies that they gave to the Soviets. That's incredible to think about. Yeah, there are millions of soldiers captured by the Germans, okay? And it's a travesty what happens to them because most of them will starve to death. They starve to death not because the Nazis are barbarians, but because the Nazis had a doctrine of war. They would go in, and after 3 months, the Soviet Union would collapse. Didn't happen. Now they're stuck with these millions of soldiers. Now, they're in trouble because they can't actually deal with all this, all these soldiers, and they don't have enough food and supplies to continue the war. Okay, so these prisoners of war are a huge problem for the Nazi war machine. And because a lot of these soldiers are dying in prisoner camps, guess what? It motivates the Russians to fight to the bitter end, right? World War II deaths. The Soviet Union lost anywhere between 26 to 27 million people, okay? It is the greatest tragedy to befall a nation in human history, one of the greatest tragedies, okay? But, okay, that is true, but let's look at something called game theory counterfactual, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you different possibilities, different outcomes, okay? So let's just say, so everyone knows Soviet Union and Germany is going to go to war at some point, okay? It's entirely obvious to everyone. And there are 4 possibilities. The first possibility is the Soviet Union invades Germany and threatens Berlin, okay? What happens here? Well, I guarantee you the Americans come in on behalf of Germany. The Americans send their military to defend Germany because they cannot afford for Europe to turn communist, okay? So in this situation, guess what? Stalin loses the war. The Soviet Union is destroyed in scenario 1. Scenario 2, the Soviet Union invades Germany and is stopped at the border by the German war machine. Guess what? The Americans still come in because they cannot afford for Germany to lose this war against the Soviet Union, okay? The Americans still come in, Stalin loses. Scenario 2. Scenario 3, Germany invades the Soviet Union and is stopped at the border. And this is a scenario the Americans are laughing their heads off, right? Because, fine, fight it out. We don't care, okay? And the Americans are probably going to sell supplies to both the Germans and Soviet Union, all right, to destroy both, and then eventually they'll come in to destroy both Germany and Soviet Union. So in all 3 situations, the Soviet Union loses. There's only one situation in which the Soviet Union wins. Germany invades the Soviet Union and threatens Moscow. Okay? This is the only situation. There are 10,000 different scenarios. There's only one scenario in which Stalin wins the war, and he found it, and he implemented it. Okay? But it required the sacrifice of 27 million Soviet people, soldiers and civilians. Only in this situation does the Soviet Union win World War II. Only in this situation. In every other situation, every other thing that Stalin does, he loses the war because the Americans will come in on behalf of Germany. And of course, this war is fundamental, and it changes the course of history. Because without this war, without Stalin winning, there would be no Mao Zedong. There would be no communist China. There would be no new China. There would be no today's China. Okay? You have to understand this. Communism was not inevitable. It did not have to happen. In fact, you can make the argument that in the 1940s, it was going to get destroyed by the capitalists. It was only because Stalin won World War II that China was able to turn communist. Okay? So Stalin changed the course of human history. None of these things should have happened. Stalin made them happen. And of course, we today have Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin, I will argue to you, is also going to change the course of human history. And this is something I will argue to you next class, okay? Stalin was the Ubermans of the 20th century. I will argue to you next class that Putin is really the Ubermans of the 21st century. He sees where history is going, and he controls history to his benefit. Okay? He's going to warp reality to the benefit of Russia. Okay? All right. so we have 4 great questions about today's lecture. The first question is, how do the Americans feel about communism and fascism? Second question is, the Americans and the British were very close allies, and we know this through Lend-Lease, right, where the Americans are shipping billions of supplies to Britain for the war effort. So why did the British hate the Germans so much? Okay, and the third question is, what was the sound strategy vis-a-vis the Americans? And the last question is, in the first few months, the Soviets were getting destroyed. So what was Stalin's response, and what did he promise the people to get them to fight to the bitter end? Okay, great questions. Okay, so let's go over them one by one. Americans at this time in history, 1930s, the elite, they were heavy Nazi sympathizers. There was an American named Charles Lindbergh, and he founded something called the America First Party. And he was very popular, and there's a very good chance that he would have won the elections in America. So American isolationism is the major dominant political trend, and it was only when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor that the Americans entered World War II. If the Japanese didn't attack Pearl Harbor, it would have been almost impossible to convince the American people to enter into the war, okay? So the Americans were either, well, I'm talking about the elite, okay? They were either neutral, like we don't care where isolation is, or pro-Nazi, okay? So that was just the general attitude of the Americans in the 1930s. Communism was a real threat to America. So communism, anarchism were real threats to the American political system in the 1930s, especially with the Great Depression. Okay, so does that answer your question? Great. Okay, question number 2. So why were the British so intent on destroying the Germans? In fact, you guys don't know this, but Hitler made numerous peace overtures to the British, especially Winston Churchill. Again, the Germans had tremendous respect for the British. It's basically the same people, right? So why was Churchill so intent on destroying Germany? So there are different historical arguments. One argument is Churchill just hated Hitler, like personally. He had a visceral dislike of Hitler. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 is the Germans embarrassed the British in the war, right? Because the British sent this expeditionary force against the Germans, and the Germans wiped them out. The British were forced to retreat at Dunkirk. I think for me, the best reason is just geopolitical. All right, so let me explain what I mean by this. So there's something called the Mackinder thesis. Okay, this was developed after World War I. The idea is this: Britain is a naval power, and as long as it's able to dominate the seas, it controls the world. Okay, because at this time in history, most people are trading through sea. So Britain, as long as Britain is able to control the waterways, it controls the world. Okay? But there's a problem here. The problem is, let's just say that a power arises within the heartland, okay? And it could be Germany, and it could be Russia, okay? But it's going to be one of these two. And if they're able to unite or conquer each other, then they unite the entire European Asian continent. In which case, all they do is build railways. And then Britain ceases to exist as an empire. Okay? So the great threat is a great power emerging within Europe, Asia, to unite the entire heartland. And the British believe this, but also the Americans believe this as well, right? Because the Americans will eventually inherit the British Empire. And so at this point in history, Germany was conquering all of Europe, and it was about to conquer Russia. So Britain's geopolitical interest was to ensure that Germany would be hindered, okay? So I know in the history books that you're taught that World War II was a great conflict between Britain and Germany for democracy and human freedom. that's nonsense, okay? World War II was fought primarily between Germany and Russia. 3/4 of German forces were directed at Russia. Most casualties were happening between Germany and Russia. What Britain was doing that was vital was blockading Germany. And as Germany was running out of food and fuel, it had no choice but to invade the Soviet Union, especially Ukraine, in order to access the resources of Russia. Okay? So this idea that the British and the Germans always had to fight, I mean, it's something that became mythology after World War II. During World War II, Hitler wanted peace. Britain wanted to ensure Germany could not expand to the east and create the heartland. Okay, so that's what was driving British interest at this time. Does that make sense? All right? Does that make sense to you guys? All right. Let's go to the third question. Stalin's strategy for the Americans. Okay, so what Stalin's able to do that's different from everyone else is, if you're Churchill, you're thinking in terms of Europe. If you are Hitler, you're thinking in terms of like Europe, right? They're all Eurocentric. What Stalin was able to do that made him different was he was able to see the world as it is, okay? He was able to see the Americans. He knew the Americans would eventually come into the war. He was able to see Japan, okay? And the reason why is, at this time, communism is an international movement. So he had spies everywhere. So he basically had the best intelligence in the world. So he was able to figure out exactly how these pieces were going to move about. So for him, it was like, okay, I go conquer Germany, but then the Americans come in, and the Americans destroy us, okay? So the main problem were the Americans, because the American at this point, remember, had the greatest industrial capacity in the world. Whichever side the Americans support would win the war, all right? So Stalin had to figure out a way to neutralize the Americans. And the best way to neutralize the Americans is, let's be friends, right? Because America's a democracy. If Roosevelt is saying, Uncle Joe is our friend, right? And he has all these photos in the press of Stalin and Roosevelt shaking hands, having these conferences, then the Americans could not go around and backstab the Soviet Union. And guess what? After World War II ended, after the Germans were defeated handily by the Allies, there were many Americans, especially General Patton, who was one of the main generals in World War II. He recognized that, oops, we made a mistake. The real enemy are not the Germans, the real enemy are the Russians. And this would eventually give us the Cold War. So it was after World War II the Americans realized we were duped. All right, we should not have come into this war on behalf of the Soviet Union. We should have stayed neutral, or we should have supported Germany to maintain balance of power. All right, so Stalin just tricked everyone. That's why I say he's the Ubermensch. It should not have happened this way. If you just think about logically what each party, what each player in the game should have done, then the Soviet Union should have collapsed, okay? So Stalin was able to trick Hitler, right? He convinced Hitler to invade him. He tricked Roosevelt. Roosevelt became his supporter, okay? He even tricked Churchill. So, I mean, I know this is not what you're taught in history class usually, but if you just look at it like just analytically, okay, using game theory analysis, then you have to conclude that Stalin was the only one who saw the world globally and was able to manipulate people to his benefit. All right? And that's what's then. By the way, this is what's happening today with Putin. Okay, Putin is the only one who's able to think globally, and he's the only one able to think strategically. Everyone else, like Trump, he's only responding to domestic issues. Okay, does that make sense? All right, let's move on to the last question. Stalin. What did he promise the Soviet people? He didn't have to promise anything. He was God, okay? Do you understand this? He could do what he did because he was God. Any other leader who pulled this crap would have been arrested and executed for incompetence. Only Stalin, who, because of the Great Purge, consolidated power only in his hands, his authority was unquestionable, right? He had spies spying on spies, and he had other spies spying on these spies, okay? So he created this like divide and conquer system within the Soviet Union, which made his power absolute. In fact, you can make an argument that he was the most powerful person ever in human history because no one could question his authority. So he could afford to do this. He could afford to make mistakes and look like a buffoon because no one could challenge him. Okay, does that make sense? All right, and ultimately the Soviet people rallied around him because they didn't want to be conquered by the Germans. Okay, they wanted to save their nation, and Stalin knew this. Okay, there's this very famous quotation attributed to Stalin. It's not true. He actually didn't say this, but he could have said this. He said, 1 million people died in the gulags. That's a statistic. Okay, no one cares. 1 man gets run over by a tractor. That's a national tragedy. So he understands intimately how people think. He understands the psychology of both individuals and of nations. And as such, he's able to manipulate people, control people to his will. All right?
I think I could add one thing to that, like to your question of like what you could actually promise people during the time of war. And one of it was that for the first time since he had power, he kind of turned on the tap of Russian patriotism. Because like just with the Soviet ideology, there wasn't really a space for a new, an old Russian identity. It was a new Soviet identity that was being created, right? And so what that meant was that like you close all the churches, you kind of get rid of traditional culture and all that kind of stuff. And during the war, the churches opened up again, and it was able to create a certain amount of unity amongst the population that was otherwise kind of divided by kind of ideological civil war.
Okay, so that's a great point. Thank you. Okay, so his major contribution to communist theory, is the idea of nationalism, right? Because what made him different from Trotsky and Lenin was he was only concerned about the Soviet Union. He wanted to maintain the integrity of the Soviet Union, whereas Trotsky and Lenin were concerned about international communism. They saw the Soviet Union as the little brother in the movement. Germany would be the big brother because Germany had the most proletariat. It was the most urbanized, and maybe the French as well. But the Soviet Union would be the little brother to the Germans when the Germans eventually rebelled and established the communism. Okay, so Lenin and Trotsky were fundamentally internationalists, whereas Stalin understood people don't want that crap. Okay, people want to feel part of a community. People want to feel part of a place, and so he heavily promoted nationalism, which galvanized the people, as Doug says, into making tremendous sacrifices for during World War II. So people die not for ideas, people die for each other. And that's what Stalin understood fundamentally, okay? So, yeah, Mother Russia was his promise to the people. Okay, does that make sense? Any more questions? Okay, great. So, next class, all right, Thursday, the grand finale to the course. We've done the entire human history, okay, from the Ice Age when we were just living in caves. On Thursday, we'll finish the course with the grand finale, which is the American Empire. Trump and the American Empire, okay? So hopefully that will be the best class of this year. Let's end with the best class. Okay, welcome to the very last class, the grand finale. Today we do the American Empire. July 1944. This is the Bretton Woods Hotel in New Hampshire. 40 nations get together and they discuss what the post-war peace will look like. Everyone knows that Nazi Germany will eventually be defeated, as well as Japan. So the question now is, how does the world build peace and prosperity after such a devastating war? And the Americans propose the Bretton Woods system. The idea is this. The idea is to facilitate global trade. The American currency will become the reserve currency of the world, meaning that everyone can use it to trade. Now, the term we use for this is exorbitant privilege. This is like the power of God, because you're basically taking paper and turning it into gold, right? That's the power of God. So how can we ensure the Americans won't abuse this power? And the answer is the Americans agree to create a global financial network, as well as peg the currency to gold, which means that the USD is a contract. And at any point, you can choose to exchange US dollars for gold. And so what America does is it transports all the gold from London to Fort Knox. And that becomes the basis for the new global financial system that we still have today. And it is incredibly successful. This is the Bank of International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. And it is the bank of banks. It is the central bank of central banks. And the idea here is you need to create a system for risk mitigation. So, for example, if maybe a country goes bankrupt, the other countries need to come in and rescue that country's economy. Okay? And so this bank is something you never heard of, but it's one of the most powerful institutions in the world because it facilitates the entire global financial economy. Bretton Woods also created something called the World Bank, which is based in Washington, D.C., and what it does is that it gives out loans to third world nations like China. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, coordinates global financial policy. Okay, so the Bank of International Settlements, the World Bank, the IMF, among other organizations, now becomes the global financial system. And underpinning all of this is the US dollar as the global reserve currency. Okay, so where did the system come from? Well, it comes from 1688. Remember, this is the year that Willem of Orange of the Netherlands, he goes to England and launches something called the Glorious Revolution. And he takes the throne from James II. When he goes to England, he also brings with him Dutch wealth, right? Because the Netherlands is now the most prosperous nation in the world because of global trade. They have something called the Dutch West Indies Company that has monopolized the spice trade in East Asia. Sorry, it's the Dutch East Indies Company. And so it's extremely wealth. Now, as we discussed previously, the Dutch are Calvinists. So they believe that there's a religious obligation for them to get wealthy. Wealth will guarantee their entry into heaven. But for that to happen, they need to ensure their wealth is protected, right? And at this point in history, the Netherlands is being conquered or at war with France, with Spain, with a host of enemies. So it's not, the money isn't safe in the Netherlands, so it's being transferred over to England because England has a navy that is the most powerful in the world. It's also an island, so it's pretty hard to invade. 1694, this wealth becomes the basis of the Bank of England, which is considered the second oldest central bank in the world, but it's really the first central bank in the world. The reason why is this bank, it's a private bank, but it's guaranteed by Parliament, which means that the nation state of England promises to always pay back the investors in this bank. So why does this happen? It happens because it will resolve a huge issue throughout human history. If you're a king, you need financing to go to war. You often need to pay foreign mercenaries. To get this money, you need to basically borrow from your wealthiest citizens. The problem with this is, as king, you may not want to pay back that money after the war, or you could get killed in the war. Okay, so there's always tremendous risk when you lend money to the king. The Bank of England solves this problem because you're not lending money to the king, you're lending money to England. And the people will always have to pay you back. All right, so maybe they won't pay you back today, but they'll have to pay you back sooner or later, okay, because it's guaranteed by Parliament. And this system is extremely successful. In fact, this system is what allows England to defeat Napoleon in the Napoleonic Wars, okay? In 1815, Napoleon is finally defeated. So as we discussed previously, Napoleon, he is a military genius. And he conquers most of Europe. And he defeats England many, many times. But because of the Bank of England, the English have infinite financing. So the British are always financing wars against Napoleon until he is finally defeated. And this establishes the British Empire. Okay, so after the defeat of Napoleon and France, Britain becomes the global hegemon. And the Bank of England now becomes an imperial bank. And the power of this is, before, when you go and conquer a country or a nation, you're always afraid of rebellion. Right? You're always afraid of local elite getting together and overthrowing you. But the Bank of England solves this problem. Why? It solves this problem because now the local elite can take their corrupt earnings and put it in the Bank of England. All right? So now the elite have an incentive to work with the British to maintain their empire. And that's how Britain was able to build the world's first truly global empire and able to maintain such harmony and stability with the empire for such a long time. Okay? The secret was international finance, as embodied by the Bank of England. Okay? So let's summarize the history of central banking. Okay? It's complicated, but we need to understand this history if we understand today's world. First important idea is the Dutch Calvinists, they have a religious obsession with storing wealth. Okay? Remember, we discussed this, right? The Protestant religion demands that you get rich. The Parliament of England guarantees this wealth, thus giving England infinite financing for wars. This is important because if Parliament is willing to guarantee financing, not only can it use all this wealth stored in the Bank of England, but it can also generate new wealth from investors overseas as well. Okay? Third idea, this financing, infinite financing, allows Britain to defeat Napoleon. Fourth, the Bank of England stores wealth of corrupt local elites, allowing for stability and harmony within the empire. Now, this is important. What will happen next is America will emulate this model and create something called the Federal Reserve in the year 1914. So the idea of the Federal Reserve is you have all these provincial banks around America. They get together and decide that we as private banks will convince the government, the Congress, to give us a power to print money. How do you print money? You issue loans, okay? When you issue loans, you're basically putting money into the system, okay? So in 1914, they developed the Federal Reserve System. And after World War II, America is now able to export this Federal Reserve System all around the world by creating independent central banks in each nation and having these central banks work together to create more wealth for their investors. So there's something really important you have to understand. Nation states compete against each other, but independent central states, all of these nation states, work together because that way it's easier for them to generate wealth for their investors, okay? To grow capital, private central banks coordinate rather than compete. They are parasites that feed off the nation state, okay? So this is a really important idea that no one understands. The nation state is responsible for protecting this wealth, and the central banks can use the resources of the nation state to feed its capital growth. Okay? And this is the modern financial system that we have today. The central banks basically rule the world. All right? Okay, so this is Carroll Quigley, and he wrote a book called Tragedy and Hope, which I highly recommend. He was a Georgetown professor. He was Bill Clinton's favorite professor at Georgetown. And in his book, he explains how this financial system works, okay? So let's read it very carefully. And he's talking about the 1920s. After World War I, the powers of financial capitalism had another far-reaching aim, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. This system was to be controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world, acting in concert by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. The apex of the system was to be the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, a private bank owned and controlled by the world's central banks, which were themselves private corporations. Each central bank, in the hands of men like Montague Norman of the Bank of England, Benjamin Strong of the New York Federal Reserve, Charles Riss of the Bank of France, and Helmut Schacht of the Reichsbank, sought to dominate its government by its ability to control treasury loans, to manipulate foreign exchanges, to influence the level of economic activity in the country, and to influence cooperative politicians by subsequent economic rewards in the business world. Okay, so in today's world, it's the central banks acting in concert that dictate financial, economic, and political policy all around the world. All right, so how can we understand central banks? Well, the main function of central banks is to control the money supply. Okay, so money is just a concept, it's an idea, it's something that we just made up. And the way the central bank controls money is by controlling its scarcity, which creates the illusion that it's valuable. Okay? Also, you're forced to use money to buy things as well as pay taxes, take out loans. All right? And they control the interest rate, which is the cost of borrowing money. So another way of saying this is, one mechanism the central bank has to control the economy is by lowering or increasing interest rates. If it lowers interest rates, it's just easier, cheaper to borrow money, right? So you can go buy a house or buy a car. If they increase the interest rate, it's more expensive, so people spend less money. So through that mechanism, they're able to control the supply of money in the system. All right? All right, so how can we understand what central bankers are? Well, I'll give you 3 possible metaphors, okay? And I think these are all legitimate. Central bankers are the ultimate priests. They must control the flow of money to maintain the illusion that money is God. In this way, they are the new Catholic Church. Okay, remember the Catholic Church in medieval Europe was the dominant power. It was beyond nations. It represented God on earth. Well, that's what central bankers are today. But also, you can think of central bankers as the game masters. They must control the flow of money to motivate people to play the game. As we discussed when we discussed the Americans, today we live not in a civilization, but in a game where we're all individual players trying to make as much money as possible. Now, central bankers are the ones who control the rules of this game. Last metaphor is central bankers are drug pushers. To expand their dominance, they offer easy money, and once a country is addicted or bankrupt, they hijack the financial system, which means to privatize or make independent the central bank, okay? So how do central bankers work? Well, let's do an experiment, okay? Let's use a thought experiment. Let's just say I'm a central bank, and I'm trying to get you to become addicted to my power, right? So what I do is this. I say to you, hey, here's $10,000. And you're like, okay, and what do you want for $10,000? I'm like, nothing. Just go enjoy yourself. So you take that $10,000 and you go on vacation to Hawaii, you live in a 5-star hotel, you're really happy. You come back and say, that was great. Can I get more money? And I'm like, here's $1 million. Go and enjoy yourself. And you're like, what do you want for it? And I'm like, nothing. Just go enjoy yourself. So you go, but this time you're smarter. You're like, no. This money is limited. I need to go invest it if I want to generate more money, okay? Otherwise, I have to go back to the bank and get more money. So you start opening businesses, you invest in restaurants and ski resorts, who knows, okay? But you have all these investments. The problem is, you really don't know what you're doing. And you make these bad investments. And eventually, what you recognize is, you're in debt now. You had $1 million, but now you owe $10 million. So you come back to the bank and you say, listen, I need $10 million. I'm like, fine, but now you have to give me your soul. And you're like, you're just stuck, okay? That's how central banks work. I know this sounds terrible, but that's really how they work in the world. All right? So now I'll give you examples. All right. So what central banks do is they have the power of God. They're alchemists, basically, because they can take paper, which we know is worthless, and turn it into gold, which is what everyone wants. Now, something to remember, and this is really important, is that throughout history, whenever there's a major power, there's always a rising power that challenges it. So in our world today, there's no nation state that can challenge the power of the central banks. But there are these technology companies that are arising that are trying to displace them from godhood, okay? So Bitcoin is something they've invented. It is the American military's fail-safe system in case the American government defaults on the debt and the US dollar loses its reserve currency status. So Bitcoin is being controlled by the American military along with certain technology companies, and they're trying to displace the USD. All right, so there's a conflict going on here. All right, also, artificial intelligence will be used to create the illusion of God, right? Why is there so much investment interest in artificial intelligence? Because even though it doesn't really work that well, it can trick people into believing it is God, that it is omniscient, that it is always right, that it is the ultimate authority. Last example is social media, video games, and porn are the drug of the 21st century, okay? So in other words, these technology companies, they're really in the process of creating a matrix in which we just live in a simulation and we're all slaves to the simulation, okay? So this is something that we have to think about, how the central banks are in power, but there's always powers that are rising and which will challenge the power of the central banks. Okay, so how did we get this system? Go back to the year 1960, the world's divided into two, right? It's divided between the capitalist West and the communist East. Now, this is ultimately a war of ideology. It's really a question of which system, capitalism or communism, it's better for humanity. Well, we don't know the answer to that question, but we do know the elite prefer capitalism because capitalism gives them more power, gives them more wealth. So the elites both in China and the Soviet Union, they basically give up, okay? In 1991, the Soviet Union basically unconditionally surrenders, and this creates the complete dominance of the American system, the Pax Americana. So once America has domination, it now can spread its system throughout the world. This is Karl Popper, and he wrote a book called The Open Society. And in it, he questions grand ideologies because he believes that it's these grand ideologies like communism and fascism that have destroyed the world and which have led to World War II. He hates Plato, he hates Marx, he hates Hegel. He thinks these are the three totalitarian philosophers in human history. And so what he proposes is that the height of civilization is the Anglo-American civilization. Okay? The Germans and the Russians are bad because they are racist, because they are nationalistic, because they are grand in their vision. They're always trying to transform humans to shapes and things that are anti-human. But the Americans and the British, they are practical. They are utilitarian. They believe in evolution. Okay, and that's what Karl Popper believes the Anglo-American civilization is really the height of human civilization. But there's actually another way to understand the Pax Americana. And so the idea is, from World War II, we transferred the Pax Americana. And there are major differences, right? So World War II was about the nation state. That was the main constituent body of World War II. In the Pax Americana, what matters is the international rules-based order, which includes central banks, but also includes the United Nations, right? World War II was about mercantilism. Mercantilism is that you only trade within your sovereignty, okay? You only trade with your colonies. But Pax Americana argues for global free trade. Global free trade will lead to prosperity in the world. World War II argues for unity of will, and Pax Americana argues for consumerism, okay? The unity of will is the idea that we must be a whole, that the constituent parts together are less than the whole, okay? Consumerism is just individuals should just go and spend money and enjoy their life and don't worry about big problems like the nation state, end of history, these ideas. All right, in other words, what's happened in our world is the world's gone from one that focused on civilization to a game. In a civilization, people are citizens who sacrifice themselves in order to obtain glory, okay? So think of Achilles, right? Achilles went to Troy because he was a competition among his other Greeks to seek eternal glory, okay? But in the game, we're all individual players who are trying to make as much money as possible. Now, in theory, you're taught that, okay, the best way to do that is to work hard, be smart, be talented, create something innovative, right? But in reality, the best way to make money is by cheating, okay? What is cheating? Cheating is basically creating a monopoly. And then everyone's just forced to pay as much as you want, okay? So John Rockefeller, Bill Gates, these were all monopolists, and they were the wealthiest people in human history, okay? All right, so after World War II, America is the only major industrial nation left standing. And America uses the opportunity to rebuild both its economy as well as the global economy. And it does so by transferring its wartime economy into a peacetime economy. Okay? In a wartime economy, you are manufacturing goods at mass, right? When a peacetime economy, you're also doing that. The problem, though, is now that you have peace, who's going to buy these products? So what America did was it basically said to Europe, we'll make these products, these manufactured goods, these cars, and you will buy them. Europe's like, we have no money. And America's like, don't worry about it. We'll lend you the money, okay? And so this worked out really well for America. If you were a white high school graduate, male in America in the 1950s and 60s, 70s, you had the best life. You lived better than the nobility of Rome, okay? This is just a guy, he could be a salesperson, he could be a clerk, he could be a factory worker, but he had a car. In fact, he probably had 2 cars. He had his own house. His wife didn't have to work, and he could send his 3 kids to college. Also, they could take 1 or 2 vacations a year to Europe. It was really the best life. And that's what the Pax Americana created, okay? Prosperity and peace for the American middle class. But the problem is that over time, the Germans started to catch up. The Germans were destroyed in World War II, so they were incentivized to work together, to work hard, to rebuild their civilization. And German manufacturing became famous throughout the world, as did Japanese manufacturing, okay? So now what's happening is, because of the superiority of German and Japanese manufactured goods, America was transitioning from a creditor nation, where everyone owed it money, to a debtor nation, where its consumers were buying things that they couldn't really afford from overseas, okay? And again, America could do so because America had the US dollar as the reserve currency. 1961, Dwight Eisenhower is retiring from the presidency, and he says to the American people, I know we are at war with the Soviet Union, it's a Cold War, but we don't have any real enemies. Our enemies are all internal. There is currently in place something called the military-industrial complex. They employ millions of people, they manufacture weapons, and they're intent on war. They are our true enemy. If we allow the military-industrial complex to hijack the American political system, then we'll be constantly fighting these useless wars that will bankrupt our nation. Be aware. This is our greatest threat to our nation in our history. Okay? This is his farewell address. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced powers exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. Okay? He's talking about the military-industrial complex. And it proved present and prophetic because after he retired, America will start engaging in wars around the world that it could neither afford nor could it fight properly, and it bankrupted America. The most famous example is the Vietnam War, okay? Where America lost about 50,000 soldiers and killed millions and millions of Vietnamese civilians. It was a pointless, brutal war that almost bankrupted America. And it almost caused a civil war in America, right? At this time, America was also competing with the Soviet Union in a space race, right? So in 1969, America sent a man to the moon. And this is a real picture, okay? Now some of you might be like, some of you who might be conspiracy theorists, okay? Not me, but some of you might be conspiracy theorists say, wait a minute here. Why is the lighting perfect on the moon, right? And why are there no stars in space? And why is this flag floating around, okay? Conspiracy theorists would ask these questions. I don't ask these questions because I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Just so we're completely sure, okay? Also at this time, Lyndon B. Johnson announced the Great Society, which was this fantastic social program to ensure that each and every American had an opportunity at the American dream. Okay, so you had free healthcare for the elderly. You had programs like Head Start. It was fantastic, but it's also really, really expensive. So if you are a nation like France, you're like, you know what? America is sending people to the moon. It's fighting all these pointless wars, and it's building all these great social programs for its population. Does America have the money to do this? In other words, is it possible that the US currency, the US dollar, is no longer able to repay its obligations? That's why France, under Charles de Gaulle, sent warships to America in the mid-60s to repatriate its gold. It's afraid that America will go bankrupt. And this proved very, very wise. And after France did this, there's now this fear among Americans that every nation will do this. And then every nation did this, America will go bankrupt, right? That's why in the year 1971, Richard Nixon announces the US dollar will no longer be tied to gold, which means that you can't use US dollars to buy gold anymore. Which means what? Which means the US dollar is based on nothing. The value of the US dollar is now based primarily on people's faith in its value. Okay? So this leads to a lot of problems like inflation and oil shock. So to solve this problem, in 1973, Nixon signs an agreement with Saudi Arabia. Basically, the agreement is that from now on, Saudi Arabia, which is the world's largest oil exporter, will only take payments in US dollars. And whatever savings that Saudi Arabia has will be invested in US treasuries. Okay? So this is what we call the petrodollar. And the idea here is now the value of the US dollar is tied to the value of oil. Okay? You can always exchange US dollars for oil. But then Nixon did something that was extremely clever. He went to China. Okay? So for the longest time, China and the United States were at a Cold War. Americans basically isolated China. So in 1972, Nixon visited Mao Zedong. Why? The answer is very simple. Because he needed more consumers to buy US dollars. Does that make sense? He needed people to want US dollars. He needed to create a US dollar addiction. And to do this, what did America do? America gave China everything. America started to ship its factories overseas to China. America gave all its expertise and technology to China. America started to educate the Chinese elite. And what's really important is American defense companies started to give military secret technology to China. Okay? Now, I know that in the United States, people believe that China stole this technology. China didn't have to steal this technology because America gave it to China for free. Okay? Why would America do this? To create dependence on America. Because once the dependence is created, then Chinese will want US dollars. Okay? The intention has always been to create a market for US dollars in order to prop up the US currency. Okay? Does that make sense? So Saudi Arabia gave its oil to the United States, and China gave its labor, okay, its most precious commodity, to the United States in exchange for US dollars. All right, so why is this important? Let's look at the case of Japan. The year is 1985, okay? And this is something called the Plaza Accord. The Plaza Accord was between the central bankers and the finance ministries of different nations, but primarily between the United States and Japan. Japan at this point was an export powerhouse. It was the second largest economy in the world, high savings rate. People really didn't want to buy American goods, but Americans loved Japanese goods. Okay, so it was creating this trade imbalance. And Japan was growing and becoming an economic powerhouse. So America said to Japan, listen, you guys need to restructure your economy because your consumers aren't spending any money. This creates trade imbalance. And ultimately, this will lead to structural problems in Japan. So what we're going to do is we will revalue the Japanese currency. We will appreciate it against the US dollar. Okay? So as Japanese consumers, you're able to buy more from the United States. Now, Japanese economists thought this was a terrible idea. But because America has military bases in Japan, Japan didn't really have a choice in the matter, right? And so this created the Japanese explosion of wealth, okay? So they were able to buy Rockefeller Plaza in New York City, and this created a fear of Japan in the United States. So to demonstrate to you how ridiculous the situation was, in the year 1990, in Kyoto, the imperial grounds, okay? I'm not talking about the city of Kyoto. I'm talking about the imperial grounds in Kyoto, okay? That land by itself was worth more than Canada as a country. You could sell the imperial grounds of Kyoto and go buy Canada for yourself, okay? That's how ridiculous the situation was in Japan. Because of the appreciation of the yen, cheap money flooded into the nation of Japan, and so people were speculating on real estate and the stock market, okay, which led to ultimately economic collapse in Japan. So as you can see, from the 60s up until about the 90s, Japanese growth was pretty strong. But after the Placid Accord, you saw a steep drop, okay? The Placid Accords, by appreciating the yen, by giving Japanese easy money, it destroyed the Japanese economy. All right? So remember this. If you want to nuke an economy in a nation, if you really want to destroy an economy in a nation, give them easy money. All right? If I want to destroy you as a person, I'm going to give you $1 million. Because you're going to take that $1 million and do stupid things with it, okay?
Can you clarify a bit of easy money?
Oh, okay, yeah. What does easy money mean? Easy money just means that you think it's free. You have to work for it. You don't have to earn it, okay? And the idea of easy money is central banks have the power to print money. So if you come to me, I'm a bank, I can actually just give you $1 million and you take it. That's easy money, right? Okay, that's the idea. Okay, so you don't understand this. It's a hard concept to understand, but banks have that power. They can just print money out of nothing. Okay, and this is what we call easy money. And what this leads to is disaster. Okay, so let's go over the list of how easy money destroys nations. First is that it turns manufacturers into financial speculators. The reason why is maybe you're a car company. Okay, and before you're making good money, making cars and selling it to the Americans. But if the economy is blowing up, the stock market is increasing, the real estate market is increasing, you're actually better off taking all your savings, your investments, and putting it into the stock market, right? Because you have better returns. And as a corporation, you have to guarantee better returns for your investors, okay? It makes people lazy, selfish, and greedy. That's easy to understand, right? If someone just gave you $1 million, you would not want to work or study ever again in your life. You create too much debt too quickly, you create financial bubbles, corruption between the politicians and the financial elite. You create massive inequality, right? Because it's usually the wealthy who most benefit from this wealth generation. You will increase unemployment and bankruptcies. And the last thing, this is really important, is because all this surge in prices, you price out young people and you destroy the nation's future. You look at the birth rate in Japan, it's about 1, okay? And the reason why is Japanese young people do not see a future for themselves. Houses are too expensive. The jobs don't pay that well, okay? Any questions before I continue? Is this fair? Okay. All right, let's continue. But it's not just Japan. It's also the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Remember, this is when South Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, their currencies were under attack. And because their currencies were under attack, they became devalued. The problem with this is, before this, Thailand, Indonesia, and South Korea had access to easy money provided by central banks. And so they could afford to buy things overseas, invest things overseas. They could, but once the currency was devalued, they now went bankrupt. Okay, and as a result, the International Monetary Fund was able to step in and privatize the central banks. So that's a playbook. All right, 1989 is important because that's when the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union and communism came to an end. Now it's the Pax Americana, okay? And in the Pax Americana, the system is America would ship its manufacturing overseas. Remember, manufacturing was a source of middle-class wealth generation. Now it's shipping all its manufacturing overseas to focus on financialization. All right, so the idea is that Wall Street would take all its money, all its wealth being generated overseas, and then take it back to America and use it to invest in America, to basically engage in financial games. Okay, does that make sense? So in other words, before America was manufacturing things like cars and washing machines. Now America is just gambling. Okay, the entire economy is based on gambling anymore, and this will lead to something called the 2008 Great Financial Crisis, where the global economy collapses basically. 2001, 9/11, the World Trade Center, right? the terrorist attacks. Again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I'm not going to go into the conspiracies behind this. But it led to something called the War on Terror, where America, for no particular reason, went to Iraq, Syria, Libya, and destroyed these countries. Now, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you would say, well, they destroyed these countries because these countries didn't have central banks, right? So that's what some people say. I would not say that. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. 2008 is the great financial crisis. Why did it happen? It happened because America had become a gambling economy. And so it had to take money and invest it. The problem, though, is there's too much money flowing into America, and there's not enough good investments. So what Wall Street did was it started to invest in really bad investments. It was encouraging people with no money to go and buy like 5 houses, okay? And eventually they would have to default. And when they default, it would create a cascading effect where the entire global economy would collapse. And that's what was the 2008 great financial crisis. To solve this problem, what America did was print money, okay? Look at this, guys. Up until the year 1980, America had about $1 trillion in debt, okay? America was founded in 1776. By the year 1980, about 20 years later, it had $1 trillion in debt. Today, it has now $37 trillion in debt, okay? This is all money printing. Starting about 2008, boom, you see the steep curve going all the way up, all right? The economy in America right now is really screwed up. The reason why is the stock market is worth twice as much as the real economy. Okay, that makes no sense at all. The total value of the U.S. economy is half of that of the stock market. Okay, so this shows you that right now America is living in a fantasy. It's a make-believe economy. The other problem is this massive wealth inequality, okay? So as you can see, the wealthy people are pretty wealthy, but by 1980, the time of Reagan, it shoots all the way up, okay? So you have this massive wealth inequality being created in the United States. This also shows you how wealthy the top 0.001% are relative to everyone else, okay? So the main beneficiaries of all these reforms of this financialization has been the ultra-wealthy in America. At the same time, if you're an average American, all you've seen is your debt go up, okay? Your debt has gone way up. So you can make the argument that the system is designed to exploit the middle class by forcing them into debt so as to enrich the wealthy's investments, okay? That's the American system. And in fact, you can argue the global system. So 2008, the global economy collapses. So what happens, okay, and I believe this is what happened. I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. The central banks basically encouraged the Chinese central bank to start printing money, right? And this is important because when you start printing money and you invest in real estate, you need resources. You need to buy resources from Australia, from Brazil. And this is what saves the global economy. And this all looks very impressive, guys. Like, I know when you go outside and you see all these big buildings and fancy railways, it's all very impressive. But remember, okay, this is really important. Behind the veneer of this prosperity are 3 things. Massive debt, right? Because this money is being printed. So someone has to pay this off. You guys, not the current people, but you guys or your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren, okay? But someone has to pay off this debt. That's number 1. Number 2 is this has created massive inequality in China, right? So the rich are filthy rich and the poor aren't that much better off. And the third problem that's really important is it's created a lot of political corruption, all right? So behind all this veneer are corruption, inequality, and debt. And this is what, okay? So a really important lesson for you guys to understand the Chinese relationship with America is this. There's this very, very famous quote by Charles Baudelaire who said, "The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist." Okay? Well, I'm going to paraphrase him, okay? And this is what I think is the relationship between America and China. The greatest trick America played was convincing China it could be rich. Right? This is no different from 1985, the Plaza Accords, when America basically encouraged the Japanese to increase the value of their yen, which led to economic collapse. Well, but when the Americans encouraged the Chinese to print money in about 2008 and about 2015, it basically created conditions for China's economic collapse, okay? All right, this is what led to the rise of this man, our dear fearless leader, okay? I believe his intentions are good. I think he wants to save China from this global financial capitalist system. He needs to maintain China's independence and sovereignty. And he's fighting very hard to save the Chinese nation. Okay, that's what I believe. And so you can make the argument that what's happening today in China is no different from the Opium Wars. Remember, Britain created an opium epidemic in China in order to enslave the Chinese economy to the global financial system, right? That was the Opium Wars. Well, the same is happening today where the Americans have basically created a Chinese dependency on US dollars, right? What's the Chinese dream? The Chinese dream is work hard, get into a good school, get rich, move your money and your children to the United States. That's the Chinese dream. All right, and if that's a dream, then eventually the civilization won't last very long. Am I wrong? Is that not the Chinese dream? All right. So now you have the COVID crisis, where China's locked down for 3 years. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, okay, but you can make the argument that some of this was intentional in order to implode the Chinese economy. Why? Because the Chinese economy had become a system of transferring wealth from China to the United States. So by imploding the economy, you're stopping this drainage, okay? All right, this also led to the rise of this man, Vladimir Putin, who is very much like Joseph Stalin. He understands the grand picture. He understands strategy, grand strategy. He understands that now it's time to strike. Why? Because America has created this crazy, fantastical system, right, where there's a hierarchy of prices. In the American system, the Pax Americana, many resources are the least valuable, okay? The basis are the resources, right? Which is what Russia has a lot of. Up next in this pyramid is manufacturing, which is what China does. Then up next is knowledge economy, so professionals. And that's what Europe and America does really well, okay? And at the very top of this pyramid are the financiers, finance. And that's what Wall Street dominates, okay? So this is the pyramid of the world that we live in. What Putin said is this. What Putin said is, you know what? If I can control the world's resources, the oil, the food, then I can invert this pyramid so that resources at the top. And that's why Russia invaded Ukraine. Because if Russia were able to dominate Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine together would control one-third of the world's carbohydrates. Without Russian food, Africa and the Middle East would both starve to death. Okay? And so that is the rationale for Putin's invasion of Ukraine. He's a genius. He understands there's fundamental weakness in the American system. Okay? If you're able to control the resources, you are able to strangle this financial system. Okay? So by invading Ukraine, Putin shows that America is a paper tiger. Faith in the USD rests on the aura of the American military's inevitability and invincibility. This now forces the Americans to invade Iran. Okay, does that make sense to you guys? The logic here is very simple. Why does Saudi Arabia buy US dollars, even though they know it's not worth anything? Why does Japan buy US dollars? What is Germany? The answer is they're afraid that if they don't buy US dollars, America will come invade them. Okay? They have no choice in the matter. But now that Putin has showed that, actually, you know what? The American military is not as strong as you think it is. The American military now has no choice but to prove it is as strong as people believe. It needs to restore faith in the military in order to restore faith in the US dollar. Okay, does that make sense? That's why the American military has no choice in the matter but to invade Iran. Okay? Why? Because if they're able to invade Iran, they're able to control the entire flow of Middle East oil. Also, they're able to control the active trade throughout the world, okay? Iran is really the center of the world in terms of global trade. So these two factors mean that America needs to eventually invade Iran. All right. Once it invades Iran, it creates a huge problem for China and Japan and South Korea. Why? Because guess what? These three nations get most of this oil from the Middle East, right? Japan imports roughly 89% of its oil from the Middle East. And guess what, guys? Japan is the largest buyer of US dollars. So if Japan ever says, you know what, screw this, we're not buying US dollars, the American economy goes bankrupt. So when you invade Iran, you control the oil supply, you control the entire Japanese economy. You can charge whatever price you want for oil. All right, this explains the Israel-Palestine conflict. Because America just can't go invade Iran for no reason. It needs a pretext. The perfect pretext is Israel comes into conflict with Iran, Iran attacks Israel, the United States must now defend Israel because Israel is its ally. Right? Does that make sense? So America needs a scapegoat. That scapegoat is Israel. That explains why there's so much conflict right now in the Middle East. Look at this map, okay? This is Iran. It's surrounded by American bases. You have 14,000 troops in Afghanistan. You've got like thousands more over here, okay? Iran is surrounded. It seems to me that America's been preparing to invade Iran for the past 20 years. It's just looking for the perfect opportunity. All right, the problem though is that Iran is not an adversary that America can defeat. The reason why is the geography of Iran. Look at this. In 2003, America went to Iraq and destroyed Iraq. Why? Iraq's a desert. It's flat plains. America has bombs. It has fighter planes, right? It's pretty easy to destroy a desert. But Iran is all mountains. These fighter planes do no good against mountains. You can't bomb a mountain into submission. Okay? So if America were to invade Iran, there's very little chance that America would win this war. In fact, it may be the end of the American empire. And Putin has a plan, okay? Putin is a genius. He knows exactly what will happen. So Putin is preparing for this possible invasion of Iran. So this is a really important picture. Putin signed an agreement with Kim Jong-un. The agreement is something called a Mutual Defense Pact, which means that if North Korea is ever attacked, Putin would come to his aid. All right? Now, why would Putin do this? This is really strange. The answer is this. The answer is, if America attacks Iran, he needs to throw America off balance by creating a conflict somewhere else. The best place to create a conflict would be Southeast Asia. Right? Now, you would think, wait a minute here. Putin and China are best friends. If America invades Iran, then China may invade Taiwan. But I've already told you this. China is dependent on the American economy. So I do not believe this will happen. Okay? And Putin is fairly certain this won't happen either. That's why he's now best friends with Kim Jong-un. Because Kim Jong-un, if he were to menace South Korea, that would throw the American military off balance. Because now there is war on three fronts: Ukraine, North Korea, and Iran. Okay? That's the grand strategy of Putin. This is his trump card. Okay, does that make sense? All right. Now, what I'm saying here is this. I'm saying, I know there's a lot of conflict now between China and America. There's a trade war going on. But I think this will pass. I think there'll be a rapprochement between China and America because both economies are dependent on each other. Right? So I think this friendship between Putin and China won't last very long. There's also really a lot of geopolitical reasons why this friendship won't last very long, right? Because China and Russia have a lot of geopolitical conflicts, right? They share a border. They're trying to vie for influence in Central Asia. There's lots of reasons why, in the long term, China and Russia will eventually have to break apart, which means that Putin now sees his best friend could be Germany. Okay, these I think are going to be the two big geopolitical surprises in the next 5 years. First of all, America and China will become best friends, or not best friends, but they'll have a rapprochement. And then Germany and Russia will have a rapprochement. Okay. All right. So Donald Trump, President of the United States, he wants a third term, okay? He's creating, everything he's doing right now is because he wants to be king of the United States. He wants a third term, okay, for a variety of reasons, okay? I won't go into many reasons, okay, but he's that narcissistic. He has to solve a problem. This problem is the national debt, right? It's now $37 trillion. You can't pay this off. You can never pay this off. But the theory is this. The theory is like, as long as you are the greatest military in the world, as long as you can go invade everyone, you don't have to pay this off. You can constantly increase this debt. Okay? That's the theory. This explains the US-China trade war. Everything that we're seeing today is because Donald Trump needs to come to an agreement with China for a variety of reasons. Okay, the first reason is Trump wants to invade Iran, and so he needs to be on good terms with China. Okay? Another reason is he needs people to buy US dollars, right? And right now there's a lot of financial repression in China, meaning that you can't convert Chinese currency into US currency. American investors aren't allowed to come to China and buy up the Chinese financial system. Trump wants China to open up. Trump needs to create more interdependency between China and the United States, okay? And that's why, for Trump, Chinese citizens and students in America is the ultimate leverage point in negotiations. Ask yourself why this is happening. Why is it that your visas are being threatened? You want to go to the United States and spend a lot of money to get an American education, but Trump is saying, no, 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 we get to go to your visa. Why is this happening? It's all part of negotiation, okay? There's no way that America will shut out Chinese students because America needs that money, okay? Well, without Chinese spending money in America, without Chinese wanting to purchase US dollars, the American economy will collapse. So there's no way that America will close its door to Chinese students. But it needs China to open up its economy furthermore to create more interdependency to save the US dollar, okay? All right, so where am I getting these ideas? Like, am I just making this stuff up? So in this class, what you're taught is that history tends to repeat itself. And by studying history meticulously and thoroughly, we can get insight into the future. So what I want to show you now is there's a direct analogy between what's happening today and what happened in Greece in about 400 BC, okay? This is Thucydides, and he wrote a very famous book called The History of the Peloponnesian War, which is what we discussed last semester. Now, the Peloponnesian War is a war between Athens and Sparta for hegemony on the Greek mainland. Okay? So in 480, Athens and Sparta were best friends. They fought against Persia, which was invading the Greek mainland. And at the Battle of Salamis, the Athenians basically destroyed the Persian navy. And the Persians were forced to retreat. But there was always a threat that Persia over here would come back and invade Athens and Sparta, okay? As well, throughout the Aegean Sea are Greek islands and colonies that are afraid of Persian hegemony. So after the defeat of the Persians, the Athenians got together with these colonies and they created something called the Delian League. The Delian League is like NATO. It's a defensive alliance. If the Persians attack, then this alliance will defend together against the Persians. Now, the Athenians have the best navy at this time, and the other islands are like, we don't have a navy, but what we'll do is this, we'll give you our gold, okay? So to all these islands, they put all their wealth on a place called Delos. This is why we have the Delian League name, okay? And this money is meant as a mutual defense fund. You're not supposed to touch it unless the Persians invade, in which case you use this money to defend against the Persians. Okay, that's the idea. And this worked out well until the Athenians stole the money, right? Why? Because they wanted to create something called the Parthenon, okay, which is one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. And within the building, it's the statue of Athena. It's pure gold. Okay, so the Athenians stole all this money from Delos, from their allies, and they built this Parthenon, and the wealthy were able to steal from the Parthenon in the construction process. And so the citizens of Athens became really wealthy. It's easy money, right? And remember, easy money destroys a society. And so this is what led to the Peloponnesian War, because after Athens stole this money, it didn't apologize to its allies. In fact, it forced its allies to continue to pay tribute to Athens. Athens became a mafia state, okay? A protection racket. If you don't give us money, then we'll come invade you. And so these allies started to encourage Sparta to attack Athens, and that's what led to the Peloponnesian War, okay? So there are three major incidents from the Peloponnesian War that I want us to focus on. The first incident is in 428 BCE, a place called Mytilene, an island. They were a former Athenian ally who refused to pay tribute. So Athenians invaded and conquered it. And now the question is, what do you do now? How do you teach these guys a lesson? How do you ensure this doesn't happen again? So one faction in Athens said, let's kill all the men. Okay? Pretty simple, right? Let's kill all the men, and then we'll spread fear among our allies, and no one will rebel against anymore. So they have a debate, and all the citizens say, let's kill them all. So they send a trireme, a ship, to the island and to give the orders to the Athenian soldiers to kill everyone. Well, not everyone, but the men, and enslave the women and the children. Okay? But after the debate, the Athenians started to talk amongst themselves, and a lot of them couldn't sleep. And they're like, this is wrong. We're Athenians. We are a democrat. We're a democracy. We fight for freedom and liberty. We can't do this to our allies. So the very next morning, the Athenian citizens get together and says, we're going to have another debate, and we're going to discuss what to do. And so they have this huge debate, and they say, no, we're Athenians. We're virtuous. We will not do this. So they send another trireme to catch up to the first trireme. And remember, the first trireme is way ahead, right? They have a day's journey ahead. So the other trireme, they work their asses off to catch up to the first trireme, and at the very last minute, they catch up. And they tell the soldiers not to kill the men, okay? And so this is the conflict between democracy and empire, right? Now, let's fast forward to 416. And now another thing happens where the Athenians are losing this war against Sparta. It's costing them a lot of money. They're forced to melt down the statue of Athena, the goddess, and use the gold to pay for this war, okay? And so their attitude changes. And now they're completely a mafia state. They don't care about democracy, they don't care about virtue. All they want is for their allies to pay tribute, okay? So they go invade an island called Melos. And Melos is not part of this war. They're not part of Sparta, they're not part of Athens. They're just neutral. And then the Athenians said, we don't care, you pay tribute to us. Okay? They're basically like a mafia racket now. And the Melians say, we're neutral. You have to respect our neutrality. And the Athenians say in response, right as the world goes is only in question between equals in power, while the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. All right? So 12 years later, the Athenians are like, screw virtue, screw democracy, screw liberty, just give us money. All right? So remember this idea. Athenians wanted the trappings of empire. They also want to feel virtuous. And over time, as Athens became more poor, they were like, screw virtue, let's have an empire. And that's why in 415, Alcibiades, who basically is the Trump of Athens at this time, okay? He says to Athenian people, hey guys, we're losing this war against Sparta, but don't worry, let's go invade more territory. Okay, so they decided to go invade Sicily, which was very wealthy. The problem, though, is that Sicily is pretty far away, okay? Remember, this is Athens. They're fighting this huge war in the Aegean Sea against the Spartans, and they're going to go and invade Sicily for its money, okay? And it's pretty far away. And it's not really well thought out. They don't really think about how to resupply the soldiers. And eventually, their expedition gets wiped out at Syracuse, okay? So it's a disaster for the Athenians, and it turns the war in favor of the Spartans. Athens is so bad that everyone gets together. The entire world gets together to destroy Athens. The Persians, remember the Persians were the enemies of both Sparta and Athens, right? The Persians start to finance the Spartans. And the Spartans eventually lay siege to Athens and defeat the Athenians, okay? So, why is this important? Well, because history's going to repeat itself, okay? There's going to be a lot of similarities between the Peloponnesian War and American Empire today. First similarity is NATO. Remember, the Athenians had the Delian League, and the Americans have NATO, okay? And NATO is meant to be a defensive alliance. But if that's the case, then why is it that the Nord Stream pipeline got destroyed? Remember, the Nord Stream pipeline, it sends cheap gas from Russia to Germany. The German economy is use cheap Russian resources, primarily gas, manufacturing the best cars in the world and sell to China, okay? But because of this war in Ukraine, America not only limited, basically embargoed Russian gas to Germany, which destroyed the Russian economy, but some people even say that the Americans destroyed the pipeline, okay? So the Americans are attacking their own allies. Trump has said that America should take over Greenland and Canada. Why? Because they're wealthy, they have lots of resources, and also they don't have really strong militaries, right? Trump, he's like a mafia godfather. America is behaving like a mafia system today. Now, what America is doing is it's forcing Europe to rearm itself. So this is Germany, and Germany, Britain, France, they've all announced this huge military budgets. And so you're like, okay, does this mean that we'll have World War III? Well, America doesn't think like that. America isn't like, like, let's fight Russia. America is like, how can we exploit our allies further, right? And so you can make the argument that this is not really about fighting the Russians. It's really about getting their allies, France, Germany, and Britain, to buy expensive and crappy American weapons. Remember the military-industrial complex, right? The entire point is not to fight the Russians. The Russians are just a pretext and excuse. The real purpose is to get the Europeans to buy expensive American weapons. It's really a shakedown, okay? All right, so all around the world, there's protests about what's happening in the Middle East, right? These are huge protests protesting what's happening in Gaza today. But ultimately, it's not going to matter, all right? Why? Because America's an empire. It's a mafia state. It needs to destroy Iran in order to maintain its power, okay? So Americans want the trappings of empire. They also want to feel virtuous. That's why there's conflict right now. Over time, as America becomes poorer and poorer and more desperate, this virtue will go away. And the raw, brutal power of America will express itself throughout the world. And this will eventually lead us to the final conflict, the war between Iran and the United States. Iran has been preparing for a long time, okay? Ever since 1979, America's been preparing for a long time. This conflict is World War III. I cannot overstate how brutal this conflict will be. It will lead to fundamental changes in the world. Our lives will never be the same again. Everything that we've known in the past is now gone forever. And we have to prepare for a new future. So, I leave you with a message, okay? I know that this class has been depressing. You've been with me for a year now. It's been very depressing, okay? Because we've gone into the heart of darkness of humanity. And I know that the world looks more and more terrible. But remember this, okay? And this is my final message to you. Remember this. The greatest minds of humanity, which include Homer, Dante, Immanuel Kant, they've all told us this. They've all told us one secret of the universe, one message, which is this. The imagination is the animating force of the universe. Love is the unifying force of the universe. Okay? What this means is this. What this means is that in the darkest times, when all hope has been lost, when there's only despair, any of us, you, me, you, any one of us, can rise up, stand up, and be the light to lead humanity forward. Okay? And that's the task ahead of us if we are to save humanity in this darkest of times. Okay? So remember this. We all have the capacity to imagine. We all have the capacity to love. That's what makes us human. In the worst times, we must defend our own humanity. Okay? So that is it. Thank you so much. Okay. So we are doing a special session of this class called Meet the Students. Now, I've been overwhelmed by the positive response online on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching this channel and leaving comments and subscribing. I really appreciate it. It's just positive feedback for the work I do. So there's been a lot of questions online about this class and who I am. So I'm going to do two separate videos. The first video is I'm going to introduce you to some of my students, Echo, Amber, and Siqi. And then in another video, I'm going to talk about myself, okay? But this video is really about my students and their impressions of this class and how it has benefited them. I'm not free to tell people what the school is, okay? Because this is in China, and there's certain things that I say in this class that are sensitive. So I do not want to get my school into trouble, so we will not mention the school in this video, but my students will tell you about their impressions of taking this class, okay? So my first question is for Siqi. Now, Siqi was in my class not this year, but last year. So last year, there's a different version of this class where the first semester I taught the great books. Second semester I taught geopolitics. Okay, and Siqi has an interesting background because you were in Germany for a few years.
Right.
And your father is professor of Immanuel Kant at Tsinghua. Mm-hmm. So you've encountered this sort of teaching before. Okay, so my first question to you is, let's talk about the great books. What were your favorite great books, and why were they such, and why did you enjoy them so much? Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah. So two of the most memorable books I can think of are the Iliad and Dante's Inferno. I really liked the Iliad already before the class, where I had read a simpler version, since it's a really popular book, and there has been many adaptations over the years, but in this class was the first time I really more in depth looked into the content of it, and I think that this class provided me a lot of new insights into the book and the kind of different backgrounds, especially also into the culture of the time with the kings and small kingdoms and cities and things like that. I remember afterwards we had also taken a look at the Aeneid. The Aeneid being, of course, from the Roman period, a very different period, which also took inspiration from the Iliad. And it was really interesting seeing the contrasting cultures of both the Greek and the Roman culture, especially in this class, I had already encountered the Aeneid as well before, but in this class we also talked about how much the Aeneid was taken as a propaganda piece at the time. So that was also really interesting to see. And with Dante's Inferno, I had heard about it quite a lot many times before, but never really had the chance to look into it. So I was really happy when we decided to start reading it, and taking such an in-depth look into specific parts of the book was really, very fun.
So I want to ask you about these books. How have they changed your understanding of yourself and your relationship with the world, do you think?
So a few key ideas that I remember from last year is that the idea of game theory and the idea of imagination. So in all three of these books, the idea of imagination is really important. For example, with the Iliad, I remember it was one of the first big works of imagination that we really have. where it developed imagination over the times afterwards a lot, with such a vivid description of a story. It really pushed people to the limits of what they could imagine, and it really changed them. So it was really interesting learning about that, and it definitely changed my view on how people perceive the world around them, and how we, for ourselves, for example, have very different perceptions from everyone around us. Of course, there's also the idea of game theory, where everyone does things according to certain situations and conditions that they face, and it really helps you think about why certain people do something and why certain conditions exist.
Okay. So is it fair to say that reading these books have made you more curious about the world, and have made you more observant about the world around you?
Yeah, I would definitely say that it's made me more curious. I've already initially had a big interest in literature and ancient history, so these books kind of re-sparked this enthusiasm of learning more about it. I afterwards also looked a bit more into these books myself, and even looked into a bit surrounding books. So it was really helpful in expanding my horizon in this topic. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much. So Echo and Amber are in my class this year. And this year, we did something crazy and insane, which is we just did the entirety of human history, right? We went from the Ice Age up to today, which is the American Empire. So I want to ask you both, okay, Echo and Amber. The first question is, how do you feel about history now that we've covered all the major episodes of human history? And second of all, how has learning history changed your understanding of the world we live in today, okay? So these are two big questions. You can answer one or both.
Yeah, for the first question, I think what this course really gave me a lot of insights on was how there are certain things that we take for granted that are kind of changed or challenged in this course. For instance, I remember the very first class that we did was on how humanity transitioned from the hunter-gatherer to an agricultural society. And so that idea of the agricultural society being more stable is kind of the modern view on this issue that we often take for granted. But what we learned from this class is that religion actually has a lot of influence on this transition. How settling down was really beneficial for practicing religions and the rituals, and as a huge factor that shaped this transition. So I think my understanding of history has been challenged quite a lot of ways in this course, in terms of it challenges me to think deeper into the things that we viewed from a modern society, or a view that we take for granted. Yeah.
Great, thanks. So thank you.
Okay, my turn. I think for the first question, what is the history that we learned from this class? I think firstly is that for the education except the formal in my middle school or something else, history is more about what happened in before, and simply the events, the time, the person. But I think in this course, it's more an intersectionality between the politics, economic, and civilization, culture, stuff like this. And actually, when you see the complexity of the civilization, and also what I want to also credit to Echo was saying is that a very, very important insight from this history class is that the power of religion, or saying that not maybe particular a religion with ritual, with doctrine, but more how belief is impact to the people, to the community, to the society. And also to talking about what changed my mind, I think a very important part is that history is not linear. Sometimes is not being always been improved, and it's actually more about people's will, belief, their choice at the current situation. And let me think about especially I want to talk about a very I think significant class is about the Inca Empire. Is that you mentioned about like we learn from the death, we learn from the past, we learn from the mistakes we have made. So I think like from this point of view, I'm more thinking about like history is like a book about making mistake, and we learn from the experience instead of to say that history is always being grand, excellence, and that.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So great. Thank you so much. My next question is, I want you to reflect and think back to this course, this 1 year, okay? And tell me at what point, what did I say or what did I teach you that was like most shocking to you? And when you heard it, you were kind of stunned or shocked. And this is, do you have a moment like this during this course when I said something, you're like, this is just completely shocking and bewildering to me. Okay, how about you, Echo?
Yeah, like for me, that goes back to the class when we talk about religion. One idea that you mentioned was like people are, like all human beings are fundamentally religious. And that was like quite shocking because like for me, I kind of like, I don't personally believe in any religion, and I kind of, reflecting on like my own life, religion seems like pretty far away, and like it's quite being denied by our society right now. And like by learning about the history of like the Greeks and like the Romans and all that kind of stuff, like what I realized is that the most creative societies were those that praised the poets and all those like theaters the most. And that's like how the Greeks celebrated Homer, and like that's really the part that makes us human. And so going back to the idea of being religious, that idea is kind of denied in this modern society, which values rationality over these fundamental aspects that makes us human. And so like we read part of the poems and like the literatures, and that really makes me, that really like resonates with me in terms of like after such a long time in history, but that connection and emotion that we share as human beings are just irreplaceable.
Great, thank you so much. Amber?
I'm like very agree with what Echo said, because religion, or say religious belief, is like a very important, have like lots of percentage in our course. And one argument is very insightful for me during the classes, that people actually sometimes want to live in a dream instead of to face the reality. I think this actually explains a lot of my like confused to like my confusion to the past, or saying to my life in other aspects. And also like another point is that when you talk about lots of like celebrity in the history, you would state that sometimes their internal logic is to make them becoming the god. This is also a kind of like a very new way to interpret these people's their logic and strategies, because as Echo said, we live in China, we don't have like a very united religious belief, so these stuff are usually being like far from our life. But from such kind of like a lecture, I think it actually let me know more about even though we seemingly to transform to like a modern society, we're actually still using a lot of the experience from the past. We are still credits or say respect to the history, even sometimes we are not aware of.
Yeah, so you said something really important, okay? I want to paraphrase what you said. But the idea that you present is, maybe in China, we are too utilitarian. And so that prevents us from achieving greatness. But if you look at all the people we've studied before, like Napoleon, they achieved greatness because they want to like be God. They had faith in themselves, and they were achieving these grand visions. And maybe in China, we lack these sort of people, and we lack that sort of spirit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I can directly think of when thinking of shocking ideas is that when we were reading the Aeneid, through the whole reading of it, I actually thought it was quite a nice book, and contrary to what I ended up on. Throughout the book, it seemed pretty normal for me, but at the very end, in the very last lesson about it, I remember that you told us about how it's actually a piece of propaganda from the Romans to implant these ideas of duty and things like that into the readers' minds or the audience's minds. And right there and then I realized a lot of the things truly were happening throughout the entire book, where, for example, the main character just has this motivation for the greater good instead of for himself, which loses his personality in his pursuit of these goals. And I think it's really important of these things where we in the beginning don't see past like certain ways of propaganda, if you would say so. And I think it really was a very shocking moment for me where I realized like throughout this entire period of reading this book, it was right in front of our eyes, but because it was so well hidden, it was just so hard to notice. So it was a really, really big part that I still remember today.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So as a teacher, I just feel so gratified that you've enjoyed this course, but also I can see that it's changed all of you for the better. It's made you more curious, it's made you more observant, it's made you more critical, and you're able to take these ideas and reflect back on your society on the society around you and question it further, okay? Which was my objective to begin with, so I feel extremely gratified. Thank you so much, okay? Now, another question is, there's lots of people online who are just curious. You guys are Chinese students, you're excellent Chinese students. City is going to Germany for university, Amber and Echo are going to America. So people want to hear, you are the future of China. What are your plans? What do you want to study in university? What do you want to do after university? How do you see your career trajectory and your life trajectory, okay? So maybe we'll start with Echo.
Like I'm going to Carleton College as the United States.
So if you're Carleton, say hi, okay?
Yeah, like and this is September, and I applied as like an undecided major because I want to explore more, especially on like history, sociology, and like maybe psychology and all kinds of areas. Because like especially in this class, what I think is really valuable is that you took multiple perspectives in like viewing history as a whole, like how geopolitics impacts like his historical development and like some of the psychological aspects, as well as a lot of like interconnected disciplines. So I really wanted to explore more about them. So I'm not sure what my major would be.
Perfect answer.
I'm going to New York University for liberal studies.
So say hi to Amber.
Say hi to
New York City. Yeah.
So the program I apply is basically all about liberal arts and humanities. So I have already registered for courses about like antiquity and writing and also history and politics.
So this class is actually preparation for.
Yes, definitely
yeah.
For college, yeah. And for future plan, actually quite don't know because I haven't participated to the college yet. So, but definitely, I will still want to do something for my hometown and society and whatever. Because I'm besides like a fan of history, I'm also like a feminist. And they all know that, so I might do something like for feminism, like gender studies, and also with like history and humanities. I think this is the part that we are currently not being very valued or encouraged in Chinese society, and I hope it can be a light again.
Great, thank you.
So I'm thinking of going back to Germany. Well, since applications aren't finished yet, I'm not quite sure where I'll be going, but it's probably in the state of Baden-Württemberg. I'm planning on either studying history or philosophy. I think I'm gonna likely pursue it as far as I can, maybe into a PhD. And for future plans, I'm it's going to be a long time still, so I'm not that sure yet. But I am hoping that since culture and education is very different from China to Europe and especially Germany, and I think it's important to have a combination of cultures to be able to see things from very different perspectives. So I possibly will return to China with like the knowledge I've gained in Europe, and it's not really about imposing Western ideas on Chinese society, but rather a combination of it, and maybe it will help with having more different views on society and different issues.
Okay, great. So fantastic. Okay, I mean, just hearing your answers, I know all three of you will be very successful in university, and you will achieve all that you aim for. You guys are smart, observant, hardworking. You guys are going to be very successful in life. All right. So I have complete faith in all three of you. Okay. My last question, okay? And it's a hard question, and feel free. You don't have to answer it, okay? But I want to ask you this question because I think a lot of people online are just curious. How do you see the state of the world and society today? Okay? You talk about the world in general, you talk about America, you talk about China, okay? But what are some issues and concerns that you have about what's happening in China, what's happening in the world, what's happening in the United States? Okay? So you don't have to answer this question because I mean it's a hard question, but does anyone want to try?
Sure. So looking at current politics, which is very complex at the moment, but I feel like there's a lot of similarities to what has happened in the past. I haven't taken this year's class, but I feel like it's similar to what I've heard, where history teaches a lesson about things to us. And I think that, for example, right now there's a lot of similarities to what has happened previously in the build-up to certain conflicts in the world. And I think that it is important for us to be able to recognize these patterns of where conflict is on the horizon and to either decide to change things a bit to prevent these or to approach these conflicts in a better way. Because, for example, with the politics currently in the US, or the politics over here in Asia, there's a lot of power relationships that are similar to both the start of World War I and World War II, and the conditions during the Cold War, which of course have been in the past century, but it's still the same different political ideology, kind of similar political ideologies allying with each other and kind of having this rivalry on a global stage with each other. So I think it's really important to recognize these patterns being surfacing again, and with the increase in conflicts globally, I think it's really important that we, as a society, watch out to what is happening right now.
One thing I taught you last year that you've internalized is the idea that there are structures and forces to the movement of politics, geopolitics. And if we study these structural forces, we have a better understanding of what's happening, but also we can better influence what's happening. So thank you, okay? Do any of you also want to comment?
How to view the world.
Yeah, like what are issues that concern you about the world today or in the society today? Because you talk about feminism.
Mm-hmm.
So what is about China you think that you're concerned about and you want to focus more about in the future, society and the world?
I think one thing I actually observed from this course is also inside me is that world is like more brutal than I thought before. So, but also as we have mentioned in the class, I think civilization is a cycle. It's like I think there's no need to be too worried about the world or the politics because we are always in a point of the natural cycle. We're in the process, and I think we definitely can learn something or saying that ask for some hints from the past, from the history. So that's I think the also the meaning of continued learning. And you're talking about feminism. I curious about such topic more from my family, actually not about the lots of like a big picture. So I think for the world is sometimes should firstly focus on individual, focusing my own heart and find about the answer of myself, and then to interact with the world and to as for China, I think the social issue I think is we are lack of a belief, maybe not particularly about the religion, but I feel sometimes people are very lost. And the second one is that I think we still want to live in the dream. So how to let the people more trying to wake up and face the reality, I think it's a quite difficult mission that we need to explore in the future. Yeah.
Okay, so Amber, I want to thank you because I've heard two things, okay? The first thing is, by taking this course, even though history is depressing, you still feel empowered because you feel like the answers lie in history. If we can study history deep enough, we can understand the present, and we can impact the present positively. So even though a lot of things we discuss in this class are extremely pessimistic and depressing, you still have, it still gives you a sense of like individual empowerment and agency. Okay, I mean, that's the first thing. Second thing is, I think taking this course, and maybe some other factors as well, but you feel as though that you as an individual can have a positive impact on society if you engage in a process of deep learning for yourself and in a process of educating others. So that's what I heard, okay? But thank you, okay? Echo?
Yeah, like for me, one of the problems or like issues that I am like personally pretty concerned with is like education in like China, because like currently we live in a highly rational and utilitarian society, and so like especially in like international schools as well as traditional high schools in China, people like take a lot of tests and like do a lot of like recite a lot of stuff and things like that, and that kind of diminished the part where people feel that connection with the reality. And so what I've learned from this course is that when we discussed a unit about the Viking society, so one thing that that's pretty impressive to me was that the Vikings spent like a third of their wealth on like a funeral. And so what does that mean is that like their society values a lot about stories that they pass from generation to generations. And that emotional part was kind of diminished by the utilitarianism in our current world. So I think, especially from my personal experience, courses like this one and like study of history has been kind of devalued in this, especially when technologies and like science were like the dominant trend. And I'm not saying that this is bad or anything, but it's like it kind of makes us internalize that there are certain problems that we don't really want to look into, and people don't really realize, especially, yeah.
Okay, so Echo, I think no matter what you do in life, you're going to be a very passionate educator. And it could be a professor, it could be a researcher, it could be a teacher, it doesn't matter, okay? But I think like just hearing you speak, your students are going to love you, and you're gonna have a huge impact on your students, okay? So thank you. All right, so for me, this was a fantastic conversation because this is actually the first time this year I've had a chance to talk to students and get some feedback. So I feel extremely gratified. I thank all three of you. And I hope that we can stay in touch. And I think that for my YouTube audience, this was actually extremely enlightening because now for the first time they can see my students and they can see what Chinese students are like. And I think people on YouTube will be very impressed by all three of you. And I hope that we can stay in touch. And maybe we can do a follow-up session a year from now or 2 years from now when we're back in Beijing together and I have a chance to ask you about your university experience and how this course has prepared for you for university. So thanks so much, and we'll stay in touch, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi YouTube, this is Professor Jiang. Today is my last day in Beijing. Tomorrow morning, I board a flight with my two boys for Toronto, Canada. That's where I was. That's where I grew up. My parents are there, so it's really the first time my kids are seeing their grandparents, and everyone's really excited about it. This morning, my wife and I, we sent our three kids to kindergarten. Then we went to the hospital so that I could do some blood work. I have high blood pressure. I turn 50 next year, so my wife is very anxious about my health. And then after the hospital, I checked the news, and Israel is attacking Iran. So I, in my previous videos, have said that this would happen, but I am surprised by the accelerated timeline. It seems we're headed towards World War III far faster and far harder than I could ever imagine. Like everyone else, I'm just praying and hoping that things turn out for the best, but also preparing for the worst. So this is really the first time that I've had a chance to talk directly to you guys. So let me tell you about myself, why I'm teaching this course, and what my plans are for the future of this class. So I was born in China in 1976. But when I was 6, my family and I immigrated to Toronto, Canada. And my family was poor, but I worked really hard. I got a full scholarship to go to Yale University. And I was really thankful to my teachers and the opportunity to empower myself for education. So after I graduated from Yale with a degree in English literature, I returned to China, and I've been ever since working in education, doing everything I could possibly do in order to promote education reform in China. And I've worked various capacities. I've obviously worked as an English teacher, but I've also worked as a principal, curriculum director, a teacher trainer. I've worked in all levels of education in China: kindergarten, primary school, junior high, high school, university as well. 3 years ago, I got hired at this school that I'm at now, a private school in Beijing that helps students go abroad. And I first came in actually as a curriculum director, overseeing the humanities curriculum at the school, which is what I specialize in. But the school needed teachers because of COVID. It was really hard to recruit teachers back then. So I was teaching AP English. And it was my first time teaching advanced placement English. I really didn't know what I was doing, so I just thought that we would just read a lot of books. So the kids and I, we read Julius Caesar, Paradise Lost, Virginia Woolf, Dante Divine Comedy, the Iliad, and the kids loved it, and I loved teaching it. So in the second year, I built a great books program at the school. And again, it was extremely successful. We read the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Ennead, the Bible, the Divine Comedy, and the kids loved it. But while teaching it, I recognized there was a problem. And the problem was the kids, being Chinese, had absolutely no historical context to work with. So this year, I started to develop a new program, which is the program that you've been experiencing for the last 60 classes. My goal this year was to teach the entirety of human history from the Ice Age up until the American Empire, which is what I taught yesterday. And again, it's been great for the kids. And it's been great for me because it's really offered me an opportunity to think very deeply about history. Specifically, it's given me an opportunity to think about the possibilities of history. And over the course of teaching this course, I've decided that I want to create a new intellectual movement, a new sort of history, and I call it predictive history. And the idea is that in the future, I hope that history is able to accomplish three major goals. The first goal is to connect the events of the past into a coherent story. Second is to help us understand and explain the present. And the third goal is to be able to predict the future. And I think that if what we teach accomplishes all three goals, then it must be true history. And I think if we have true history, then we, humanity, the world, can better organize, can better control our future. And that's my ambition. As you can imagine, I was deeply inspired by the works of Isaac Asimov. As a young boy growing up in Toronto, Canada, I didn't have that many friends, but I read a lot of books. And one of my favorite series was the Foundation series. And in it, Isaac Asimov proposed the idea of psychohistory, which is the idea that we can mathematically model the present and the past so as to predict the future. And that, I think, will be my future ambition moving forward. I want to build the intellectual foundations for the possibility of psychohistory. And that's my long-term thinking. So about this course. So I initially uploaded the classes so that my students can review the lectures, because these are Chinese students and their English is not that great. There were a couple hundred subscribers initially, and everyone was fantastic. I'm so thankful for these initial subscribers because they believed in me, they commented, gave me valuable feedback, and I try to interact with them as much as possible. This past month, something odd happened. My channel just blew up. I went from like 300 subscribers at the beginning of May to about 20,000 as we speak right now. And it's constantly growing. And the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. So thank you so much for subscribing, for liking, for commenting. I try to read every comment, but as you can imagine, there's just so many comments. And I would like to respond to every one of them. But again, there's so much going on in my life. I have 3 young kids that I have to take care of with my wife. I also have to prep for classes. And because I have 3 young kids, I've been sick a lot. It's allergy season in China. COVID's still going strong. So I'm just trying my best right now to take care of my kids. So my apologies if I don't respond. I will try to respond over the summer. But again, I'm so thankful for all the support, all the positive feedback that I've received recently. So I finished teaching the course yesterday. 60 classes covering the entire span of human history. And a lot of you are curious as to what the plans are moving forward. Well, tomorrow I'm going back to Toronto to rest, recuperate, relax. The summer is also a really good time for me to reflect on what I've taught and how I can improve the course. I'll also be doing a lot of reading. Some of you have suggested Immanuel Todd, which I will go into deeply this summer. I'll also look at Oswald Spengler very carefully. Some of you have commented that I'm very weak in terms of philosophy. Marx, Hegel, Kant are pretty weak. I'm pretty weak at, and I admit that. So this summer I will try to brush up on my philosophy. I also need to study economics in depth as well. So Adam Smith and other economists, because that really right now is the weak point in my analysis. I don't have enough classical economics in my background to fully comment on what's happening economically in the world. So that's my plan. When I return to Beijing in mid-August, I'll be teaching a new iteration of this course. So rather than 60 classes, I'll try to cram everything into 30 classes. Now, some of you have bravely watched all 60 classes. I guarantee you, in this new series, you'll be really impressed and you'll really enjoy it. I'm going to add tons of new material, and I'm going to make the themes much more salient, much more coherent, so that you can see the underlying structures of human history much more clearly. Second semester, which starts in February, will be a lot of fun. Second semester, I'll be teaching geopolitics. So what I'll be doing is I'll be looking at current events, trying to analyze why these events are happening, and making predictions about what will happen The second semester will be a lot of fun. Some of you are really enjoying this channel, and I'm so grateful that you are. And don't worry, I love being able to teach to a global audience, and I'm going to keep on doing this for as long as I can. Some of you may be curious as to what my long-term ambitions are. Well, as I said, I have 3 kids. I love teaching, and I really want to develop psychohistory to its fullest possibility. So my long-term ambition is actually to set up my own school that specializes in the teaching of the liberal arts, of the humanities, and build the foundations for psychohistory. I want this school to be the best ever, okay? I want this to be like Plato's Academy. I want this to be like the Jedi Temple, where I'm training like the intellectual Jedis of the future. These will be the future intellectuals, the future writers, the future historians of humanity. And I hope that we together, when we build this community, will be able to lead humanity forward. And that's really my ambition. So again, thank you so much for watching my lectures. I'm really thankful. Some of your comments have really made a deep impression on me, and they're going to really help me improve the course for next year. So I promise you that I will offer a much more lean, much more clean, much more enjoyable viewing experience in September. I will also try as best as I can to fix my hair, because I know that's been a concern for a lot of you. Okay, so enjoy your summer. I'm going to engage in a process of deep reflection and deep learning, deep reading this summer, so that in September, in the fall, I can deliver the best quality content I can to everyone. Because I'm so grateful to everyone for watching. Okay, well, that's it for me. Enjoy your summer, and I will see you in mid-August.